Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, get your cocktails ready.
A little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Walk tall, be awesome, drink humble. That's what we do. That's who we are. Let's get this party started. Where's my glass? Here's my opening shot of Boomtown. Do I want to do Boomtown Bourbon as my opening shot? I have Special Reserve. I'm going to do Special Reserve as an opening shot. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Old Humble guy. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company's Whiskey Wednesday Happy Hour. And we are gonna talk about the history and origins and da-da-da-da-da of Christmas. All that fantastic stuff. It's our holiday special, if you wish. Call it that, we can call it that. I have the lighty lights up. I have my, where's my pot light? Yeah, the pot light's on. I'm feeling festive. AF. You know, I went to Walmart today. Braved the crowds of unwashed masses and watched somebody argue with a bird. I wish I was making that shit up. He was yelling at a bird. Yelling at a fucking bird. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, Happy New Year's, all that jazz. Look up here in the upper left-hand corner of my screen, 1,370 subscribers. We passed 1,370 earlier today. We were at barely over 1,000 at the beginning of the month. We've added like 200 subs. This month alone, we've added almost 900 this year. I'm eternally thankful. I truly, truly do appreciate the support, the love, the attention, because that's really what it's all about. I'm just a filthy, dirty attention whore is what I am. And on that note, I want to talk about, I am making, by the way, Boomtown Bourbon, smoked with pecan wood on the rocks. So a little bit of pecan wood there. In fact, I'll put it, let's knock this down just a little bit so you can see what the hell I'm doing. Move right over here. Yeah, there we go. Fire. Oops, get you in there. Oh, shoot. And then let's get some fire. So earlier this year, we kicked off the 100,000 views challenge to get 100,000 views on the channel by the end of the year. Long story short, we did that in June, I believe, is when we passed the 100,000 views mark. And then we went on from 100,000 views to 200,000 views to 300,000 views to 400,000 views. And we are presently on the precipice of 500,000 views for the channel this year. Look at all that delicious smoke. Oh, yummy. And again, this is pecan wood smoke. And as a function of that, we have passed our 1,000 subscriber mark. I didn't expect to get 1,000 subscribers this year. I thought it would be sometime early next year, middle of next year. Is a steady pace of 30 or 40 subs each month, 10 or 15 subs each month. I thought it would be a nice steady pace, but no, y'all blew it up in November, and I really do appreciate that. I need a holiday commercial. I probably should do a holiday commercial, shouldn't I? My
Crumbling.
son
It's crumbling.
has just delivered me a snickerdoodle. Like I wouldn't have stolen one later on tonight. Appreciate that.
You wouldn't have.
I absolutely would have. Mm. Ho ho ho! Damn, that's good. What was I talking about? Oh, the 100,000 views project. So then we transitioned from 100,000 views. Once we got that, once we hit the 1,000 subscriber mark, we transitioned to the Project 360, which is my effort to figure out how to do 360 watch hours a month. Mm, that's good. Fresh made snickerdoodle, not bad. It's not like chocolate chip or anything, but it's not bad. Um, if you do the math, 360 times 12 is 4,000, a little bit more than 4,000. And that's the goal, 4,000 watch hours per year to get the full monetization effect, right? We are nowhere near 4,000 watch hours or 360 watch hours for the month, but we are approaching 1,900. We're only 14 hours away. So watch away. We're going to have a 3-hour show. We need 15, 20 minutes from everybody. Do your part. Get us up over that 15 hours today. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your help. My paper goal for the end of the month is to get us over 2,100. I don't think we're going to get to 2,100, but it's a worthy goal to strive for. Okay, so check this out. I don't know if you can see this. Let's angle this down a little bit. If you look, there's this film along the glass, and if you look closely, there's a film of smoke along the actual whiskey as well. That's what the smoke does. And if you look at my last video that I posted, last video, not the last short, the last video, I talk about smoke and what smoke does to the drink and how it does what it does. And it's even better when there's ice because the ice will cling, the smoke will cling to the ice that's exposed as well as the whiskey itself. So that convection goes with the whiskey and it goes into the drink, but also into the ice as well. So the surface of that ice collects up a lot of smoke and it is delightful. I don't know if it's worth the, I don't know if it makes it, if it changes the flavor enough to be worth the bother and the hassle. Because, it tastes great by itself. It tastes great neat. It tastes great on the rocks. It's just, whiskey tastes good if you have good whiskey. And if you start with good whiskey, that's, you end with good whiskey. If you start with shit, you end with smoked shit. I'm going to smoke this a little bit more. There's some more wood to be smoked still in here. I don't want to smoke it all. I'll get it nice and toasty. A little bit more flavor. But yeah, if you start with garbage, you end up with smoked garbage. If you start with good whiskey, you end up with good smoked whiskey. You can't you can't spin lead into gold over here. It's not magic. It's, science. And science doesn't create things when things don't exist. It just reorganizes things that do exist. Yeah, that's good. And that's a very important thing to remember in the whiskeys, in culinary world in general. You're not going to invent deliciousness when you start with garbage. You have to start with good and end with good, or you're not going to get nothing out of it. Kitty 303 is in the house. Cheers to you. Sunflowers is in the house. I thought you might. Some of my favorite holiday memories. Jesus, there's so many. There's so many. I mean, we would always gather over at my parent. I mean, I lived with my parents for most of my. I guess at this point, I've lived on my own for most of my life. 37, moved out when I was 20, 27 years. Yeah, I mean, I've lived on my own for most of my life, but I've lived in the same city as my parents. So moving, even moving out, going over to their house for Christmas, we would always gather up. I love that. everybody just gathers over at their house, and we do all the, there's 6 of us in the family. There's 4 kids, 2 parents. So the room is just full of, if everybody just has a couple of presents, it's like it's full of just stuff. Um, and gathering around and just telling the stories and joking and laughing, and uh, the way the room would just fill up, you know. Uh, like the stuff was great, it was fine, whatever, but it was the way the room would just fill up. You add in, you bring in the kids and the associated boyfriends and girlfriends and uh, eventually spouses, and then you throw in the children, and next thing you know, your family of 6 turns into a family of 20, and it's just this loud cacophony of joy and happiness as the house continues to grow and be alive for years and years and years and years. And that's probably my favorite. And that's not just Christmas either. That goes um, New Year's and Thanksgiving and Easter, and just random weekends when everybody happens to get together, like uh, uh, 4th of July, or just in the summertime when my brother can make it in from Georgia and my other brother comes down from Dallas, so that we can all hang out together, and then everyone's there, all of my nieces and all of my nephews and all of my brothers and my sister and my kids and my lovely wife, and it's the in-laws, and everybody's there at the same time, and it's this, you could just, I don't know if y'all watch basketball, but when the Rockets won their championship the first championship that the Rockets won back in 90, I want to say 94, 93, 94, 95, when they won their first championship. Akeem Olajuwon had been playing in the league for almost 20 years at that point. And the final buzzer goes off. He has the ball. He was the last person to touch the ball. So he had the ball. Confetti blows. The crowd is going wild. Everybody takes to the court. It's just this cacophonous, just just deafening noise of celebration. And we are the champions from Queen gets blared over the PA. And it's just this just madhouse of insanity happening in the Summit Compact Center at the time, now Lakewood Church. And he grabbed the ball and he sat back on the scorer's table, and he just sat there and took it all in, because that was his mountaintop pinnacle peak moment. It was That's what it's like. This room is full of life and noise and excitement and happiness, and it's yeah, you just kind of sit back, lean up against the desk, and just take it all in. It's so much, so much. It's hard to comprehend. It's hard to relay it in English words, but it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. That's what I like most. That's what I like most about Christmas. The toys and the gifts and the kids going crazy. My little one is like excited. He's over the moon. He's insane right now. I love it. I love that. I love that. All this rushing around, feeling like you have to do things, feeling obligated to do that drives me absolutely insane. I can't. Uh, I can't with the obligation. I can't with the insanity. I just can't. And smoke is, whoo, that's burning my eyes. Actually, it's making. Boy, uh, do I have a reaction to pecan? I haven't ever had this kind of reaction to pecan before. Whoo. Anyway, it's a great time. I love this time of year. I really do. I love this time of year. I can't stand the running around and the being drawn thin, and the sense of obligation, and the feeling like you have to do things, and it's like, you know you, God, the the Charlie Brown Christmas, it talks about it, like you have this sense of obligation and the right way to do things, and the propriety of what you need to do, and what's a Christmas play and what's not a Christmas play, and what you need to do and what you don't need to do, and what a Christmas tree is and what's not a Christmas tree, and how you do things and how you do things the right way and how you do things the wrong way. And it's just like, it's maddening because it's, you want to do all that you can for your friends and your loved ones and your children and your spouse, but at the same time, hang on, I got to turn the fan on. Hold on, hold that thought. Weird. Yeah, that's better. A little circulation. I don't know what the hell was going on. That was weird. But at the same time, that rushing around, the cacophony and the obligation, the sense of right and wrong and what you need to do and what you don't need to do and all this. Oh, it's such a distraction. That's what drives me crazy, more than anything else. And that's when you have to go out among the crowds of people who haven't been out apparently since last Christmas because they don't know how to drive, they don't know how to deal with red lights, they don't know how to deal with cash registers, they don't know how to find bread, they don't know how to do anything, they don't know what side of the aisle to push their cart down, and it's just like, what is wrong? Where the fuck did all you people come from? Cheers, safety doc. Welcome to the party. I am just about to launch into a blizzard warning is in Wisconsin, Madison. Yeah, you're in Wisconsin, right? Minnesota, one of those tundra states up there where everything's snowy and white. It is. We are on the verge of freezing weather here, but we are nowhere near a blizzard warning in the great state of Texas and the great city of Houston, the proud city of Humble. Nowhere near any of that nonsense. We are just, actually, I think it was like 50, 45 degrees when I went to the store. Barely jacket weather, but I had my coat on because I like to stay warm. But yeah, so there you go. So anyway, the history of Christmas. That's why we're here. The history of Christmas. The reason for the season is axial tilt, but the reason we're here is Christmas, and the reason, the history of Christmas, the snow, 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Yeesh. Jeepers creepers. I'm going to mark this point in chat. Zoom in so that I know where we're at because I'm going to start talking about the history of Christmas. We haven't always celebrated Christmas the way we celebrate Christmas today. We all know the histories of the day and the date. We know the religious kind of, but let's scroll back just a little bit. Before Christianity was the next big thing in Europe, we had today is the summer, the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. As winter progresses, every day gets slightly longer. It is a season of eternal hope, if you will, because as winter progresses, the days get longer, as opposed to summer when the days get shorter. We think of summer as the season of progress and excitement, and where you make hay while the sun still shines, right? But wintertime is the season of hope because even in the darkest depths of winter, the beginning of winter, the days are getting longer and the light is getting brighter, and the days are slowly beginning to stretch out, and we see there over the horizon hope beginning to gleam out. The further north you get, the lower the sun shines, um, all winter long. But as winter progresses, the days get longer. We know this because today is the shortest day of the year. And remember to look after your short friends. If they're cold, put them in your pocket. Because you got to protect those short little people. They get overlooked all year long. Today is the one day a year where we should take a little extra time because it's the shortest day of the year. They're the shortest people in your life. You should definitely take care of them. But during the summer solstice celebrations, pagan revelry, pagan tradition, especially in the further north you went, where the winter was more harsh and the days were shorter and the nights were longer for a longer period of time, they would trim evergreen boughs. They would make evergreen garlands. They would cut down evergreen trees. and they would bring them into their house, and they would use them uh, as a token. Token? No, that's not the word. As a what is the word I'm looking for? They would use them as a sign of eternal life, a sign of hope and life to come, green, continuing to spruce up and brighten up their homes in order to serve as a symbol that the dark days of winter weren't going to go on forever. As Christianity spread across Europe, they adopted this same symbology of the evergreen tree as a symbol of life and hope and rebirth and resurrection. Not surprisingly, that's one of the many, many ways that Christianity spread through the pagan areas. They would find their pagan traditions and they would adopt them. They say, well, actually, that God you have there is actually the same God that we've got. And he does the same thing. Go figure. And it's not surprising that when the Romans had their Saturnalia celebration on December 25th, the Christians, when they took over Rome, said, hey, you know what we should do? We should take this same celebration that they do, and we should do the same thing. Their Saturnalia wasn't their sun god. Mithril, I think, was their sun. I can't remember. Apollo was a god of the sun. Mithril was another. That was a December 6th celebration earlier in the month. But they kind of wrapped all these celebrations. It was a bacchanal, just orgy of good times and drink and food, and just they went ape shit nuts for a holiday celebration. And of course, the Christians were like, "Yeah, we could do that too. That's our same God. Let's celebrate. Have some wine. Let's find a hole and stick our dick in it, or whatever they did at the time. I mean, I wasn't there. It may look like I'm old, but I'm not that old. Um, and that's kind of how they adopted the custom, and then going forward into I think it was 200 early 200s 200 3 4 5 208 2 I don't think it was in the two teens. This cat Nicholas, who was born just outside of Turkey, be he saves he's a bishop in that area of the world for the Catholic Church, and he starts to, or what will soon become the Catholic Church, in a couple of hundred years. And he's going around doing good works and doing good deeds. And one of the things that he did was saved a family's daughters from being sold into slavery by tossing a couple of gold coins through their window at night. Legend has it that the coins fell into a couple of socks that were on the mantelpiece drying. They were on the mantle drying by the fire, and he tosses the coin into the window, and the coin falls into the sock, and thereby inventing this tradition of good Saint Nicholas coming and dropping goodies into your socks, your stockings, hung by the chimney with care. That's one of the many, many, many traditions that have just grown up over time. Saint Nicholas was sainted by the Catholic Church. He also famously beat the piss out of a dude at the council of one of the councils. I want to say Nicaea, but I don't think it was Nicaea. He was a now known as heretical uh, bishop in the early church, preaching some Gnostic shit, and Saint Nicholas got up and just beat the absolute piss out of him, which created a problem with the early church because it was kind of against the law to lay hands on the clergy. So they had to do something about it, and he lost his bishop robes, bishop license, whatever it was. But because he was so popular, they gave it back to him. They gave him another church to be bishop of. So there's your lesson, kids. Beating the piss out of some heretic doesn't pay unless you're popular, and then it does. So you take with that what you will. But Saint Nicholas, in general, was a pretty cool cat. But uh, he wasn't universally accepted in his original form. So all the other Christian nations kind of adopted a version of Saint Nicholas, whether it was Saint Nick, Santa Claus, uh, Kris Kringle, which means child, Christmas child, or something child, something like that. Father Christmas, like there were all these iterations of Saint Nicholas who was the early inspiration for Santa Claus. But all these other countries, going forward through time, adopted this individual for the holiday season. But keep in mind, we're nowhere near the American version of Christmas yet. We're still talking the 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, going through the Black Death, going through the Middle Ages, going through the Renaissance. There's this iconography of St. Nicholas, and there's this Bacchanal kind of celebration for the culture at large. And St. Nicholas is kind of generally associated with this time of the season, but he's not Santa Claus the way we picture Santa Claus in the United States. This hasn't happened yet. This is still kind of a subcultural genre of party like raves that we have today. This is stuff you hear about, but not something you participate in. You know what I mean? For 1,000 years, this is how Christmas, the end of year celebrate. The church kind of adopts this holy day as the date that they're going to celebrate as the birth of Christ, of Christ, their Savior. This is kind of that general. They just kind of adopt that pagan culture, but the Christians don't really participate in it in the church. The church recognizes it as their holy day. They adopt that as their holy day. They try to bring people in, but their marketing is garbage. Their marketing is just terrible at that point. Top Shelf Dustin's in the house. Cheers, Dustin. Welcome to the party. But we're still talking all the way up through the 1500s, 1600s, and now we're in the 1600s. The Americas are getting colonized. People are checking stuff out. The church has this holiday, but it's not a day that is celebrated culturally as a church, as a holy church day. There's a celebration. There's Saturnalia, St. Nicholas's celebration, all this stuff that happens. And I think that might have also been moved to December 6th, St. Nicholas's feast. I'm sure somebody will be able to fact check that. I can't remember 100%. Information dump into the brain and all that. But it wasn't until, in fact, when it goes into when people go into the Americas and the pilgrims take off and they flee their their religiously liberal hierarchy and go over to the United States where they can be as Puritan as they want to be. The funniest irony is that the pilgrims came here to escape religious persecution. They didn't come here to escape religious persecution. They came here to escape religious liberty and establish religious persecution. It's the irony of all ironies. Like they're being too lenient on our kids. We need to take these kids out of Amsterdam and bring them over to to the Americas where they won't have all these whores that are teaching them how to be men. We need to bring them over here and repress those urges anyway. Talk about marketing. Jesus Christ. Anyway, to come over to the United States, and they are really opposed to this Bacchanal celebration of Saturnalia and Mithril and all this pagan hedonism. They are so opposed to it. Christmas in America isn't a thing. It is a religious holiday. It is no different than the third Sunday in Advent or whatever it is. I mean, Maundy Thursday or whatever. You're going to church and you're being like, you're sitting down and you're doing your stuff and like it's a church day. It's a church celebration. It's church stuff. You're absolutely not swapping presents and doing all that. They didn't celebrate that shit. They did not participate in it. That's what the pagans do. That's what the unwashed mashes do. That's not to say it wasn't part of like the culture outside of the church, because the church was definitely not 100% of the culture in the United States or the Americas when the pilgrims and colonists were coming over here. There was plenty of, but it was a low key, muted, just like general background thing. They'd have their feasts and celebrations, the end of year type of celebrations and stuff like that. But it was much more muted, much more low key than what we even see today. Fast forward, couple of more centuries, moving into the 16, 17, 1800s, we go and have this thing called the Civil War. The country's shattered. Everything's just like, the South is in ruins. The country's shattered. They're looking at everybody with suspicion. And Ulysses S. Grant, President Ulysses S. Grant, this is the third president after Lincoln. Second president after Lincoln? Third president. Well, it depends on how you count, because I guess Johnson would be the first, so Grant would be the second president after Lincoln. Anyway, he declares Christmas as a national holiday. And then, so people get the day off. It's a national holiday. We're officially taking a day off as a country to celebrate this day of Christmas, and that takes it out of the church and puts it squarely into the culture of the common people. It puts it into the national culture and out of the church culture. So now Christmas has become a national holiday. It's a thing that everybody does and everybody participates in. Kind of this part of this goal of unifying the country at post-Civil War. And as it progresses, the iconography and in literal reinvention of Christmas begins to happen post-Civil War. Post 1870s into the 1880s, where poems are written, books are written, pictures, drawings, paintings. Santa Claus is the Santa Claus that we know of is a very American creation. He's not just some guy who goes and passes around toys and candies to good little boys and good little girls. This is a dude who is a straight up God. He knows your soul. He's omnipresent. He can see you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been good. He knows the content of your heart. He knows the darkness or brightness of your soul. He can visit everybody at the same time. He's omnipresent. This dude is not just a dude. He's not just some happy little elf. He's omnipresent, omnipowerful, omniscient. He's all the omnis. He's a straight up indigenous God to the United States of it. Probably our first God that we created here in the United States. And I'm not even being glib about this. This is straight up something that the United States invented over time, culturally invented a God. He's rooted in all these other traditions, whatever, that's fine. But we straight up culturally invented a God. And every iteration, every generation's reiteration of Santa Claus, the American version of Santa Claus, he gets more powerful, or he becomes, he has technology or whatever that helps him out. They update him for a new generation, but he is straight like the latest iteration in the Santa Claus series. I don't know if it's the latest iteration, but one of the latest iterations in the Santa Claus series with Tim Allen. He's in this pantheon of other gods with Jack Frost and Father Time and Mother Nature. And we've literally elevated him into this pantheon of gods in the United States. And it wasn't always like this. Because there was a point in time when Santa Claus didn't exist. He wasn't a part of the Christmas holiday at all. And that was, of course, pre-Saint Nick and pre-adoption of the Saint Nick and the Saint Nick variants all across the European continent and then into the United States. But when it came to the United States, we took it and we upped it a couple of notches and we raised that level up. And you're no longer just a saint. You're no longer just a jolly little elf. You are a fucking God, a straight up God in the United States. And that God has been adopted culturally all over the world. And happens to also be a spokesperson for the Coca-Cola Corporation. Because, God drinks Coke, obviously. And not God, not the God, a God, obviously. Because, there's plenty of them if you really want to go through the American pantheon of gods. But there you go. That is a brief Cliff Notes history of Christmas. Christmas, we haven't always gone out and done what we do. We haven't always gone to 3, 4, 5, 6 stores. We haven't roamed the mall. We haven't sat on his lap. We haven't always done all this stuff. There was a time in our history when we just got drunk and passed out in someone's lawn during an orgy or something. That's just what we did for Christmas. I'm not opposed to bringing that tradition back. Not even a little bit. I think it'd be I mean, my wife might not go for it. Let's ask her. Let's see. I mean, it'd be weird this year for dinner to do a hedonistic bacchanal like orgy, like the way that Romans did it, because her mom's going to be here for dinner. They're watching Into the Woods right now. I can hear Anna Kendrick screaming in the background. She may just be singing. I'm not sure. Is that her? Hey, you're not my lovely wife. You're my goofy son. Golly. I whistled and got the wrong one. Thank you, baby. My lovely wife should be here any moment. She's gonna have to pause the movie and come here. She's gonna be pissed off. She's gonna be like, "I was watching the movie. They were in the middle of a song." They're always in the middle of a song. It's a musical. And by the way, the wolf. Hey, I was thinking we should do a traditional holiday celebration for the Christmas holiday, where we we just get like shit-faced drunk on wine and have an orgy and pass out in the yard. What do you say? Right. Nope. She absolutely. She just turned and walked away. Anyway, so they're watching Into the Woods, and the wolf character in Into the Woods is straight up a pedophile, straight up pedophiliac, pedophiliac, straight up pedophile. Straight up pedophile. He looks at Little Red Riding Hood and he's like, "Oh, what's up with all that tender pink flesh?" Like, that dude is definitely introducing himself to the neighbors when he moves into a new subdivision. What a fucking freak. Anyway, so that is the history. Let's get on with chat. Let's open it up, shall we? Let's open it up. Let's do it. Let me turn on the chat box. Where's the chat box? Which one is it? One of these buttons is the chat box. Which one is it? Is it this one? That one? Bingo! First try. Woo! High five me. Let's see here. Where were we in chat? I'm going to catch up to chat. It is 10:38. I've got 10:40. I've got 10:40. Where are we on the chat box? Let me go over there. It's been updating this whole time, but I know how to fix that. Let's go to where I left off. There we are. All right, so Safety Doc is telling us about his snow and wind chills. -40 degrees Fahrenheit? That is not fit for human habitation. Dude, that is messed up. Just tackle the drift of the snow, Blair. I like winter. Of course, my winter here in Houston, just outside of Houston in Humble, Texas, is my winter here is like 3-4 weeks. We've had the fireplace going all day today, but it's in the 50s. We don't get the winter. We get like a real winter. Like, we're gonna get cold this week. It's gonna drop into the 20s. Overnight, it'll drop into the 20s. It might drop down into the teens over the weekend. It might snow for Christmas, and then in a couple of weeks, it'll be back up in the 60s. So yeah, we don't get winters like you crazy people get winters. Y'all overdo it. It's insane. And Perpetual Summer is featured on an episode of Fantasy Island. 4'8.5". You could definitely get lost in this. You get lost in tall grass, kitty. You get lost if they don't mow the lawn every weekend. You get lost out in the backyard. Good Lord. Doc keeps saying we'll get 3 to 6, maybe as much as 19 inches. Jesus. That would, God dang, that bruises the inside of your ribs. Sex jokes up top. Woo! um, Post photos of it's just snow. I mean, it is crazy though. It is crazy. That much snow is insane. A lot about this is sustained 50 mile an hour. Yeah, that's like a low grade hurricane. I have been in a blizzard. We went camping in Palo Duro Canyon, and the day before we got there, there was a tornado. The day we got there, it was in the high 80s. The next day, it dropped below freezing, and we had a blizzard, like a full on blizzard, in the canyon. And it stayed cold for the next 2 days, and then it was back up in the 80s and 90s when we went. By stayed cold, I mean it was like 50s, and then it was back up in the 90s the last couple of days when we left. Crazy, crazy weather in that canyon. It was absolutely after the blizzard. It was deserted. We had the run of the place, except uh, as the snow was melting, a lot of the trails were impassable, so we had to like stay off of the real rustic trails. We couldn't get on the real rustic trails until like 2 days later when it got warm enough that the water dried up and we were able to make our hike out to Chimney Rock. Beautiful, beautiful country out there. Absolutely painful history, but beautiful country. Absolutely beautiful country. If you ever get the chance, Palo Duro Canyon, the largest canyon or second largest canyon after the Grand Canyon, the largest canyon in Texas. We have been to the three largest canyons in the country. We've been to the Grand Canyon, the Palo Duro Canyon, and the largest canyon east of the Mississippi, which is largest canyon east of the Mississippi. This is the one. It is Linville Gorge. Is that right? Linville, yeah, Linville. Is that right? U.S. Gorges. That's not right. That's not the one. The one we went to. Canyon, Georgia. CanyonGeorgi. It's in Georgia. Canyon, Georgia. Providence Canyon, no. Cloudland, no. Providence, no. What canyons in Georgia? Come on. Tallulah Gorge. That's the one I'm thinking of. That is. I thought that was the largest canyon in the East. I may be incorrect about that. Uh, but that means we just have one more canyon that we have to go to if we haven't been to the three largest. Plenty of blizzards for me growing up in northern Wisconsin, and likely much more extreme that will happen. I spent 2 years in Toledo, and the 2 years I spent in Toledo, we had blizzards, and then my parents got the hell out of that state. Uh, so there you go. That was my memory of Toledo. This much snow. This much snow. Of course, I was like this tall, so it could have been this much snow. Anyway, that's still a lot of snow. In Illinois, with snow and blowing snow producing occasional whiteout conditions expected. Total snow. Oh, Lord. Winds gusting as high as 50. Additional details. Magnitude caused frostbite. I was damn near snuffed out in a serious car accident on the interstate in January 10th. That made me very ever. Yeah, I don't do iffy winter travel. If it's even remotely if the roads are going to freeze, we get off the roads. We don't do frozen roads in Houston. We absolutely do not do frozen roads in Houston. Cheers, Dustin. Solitude Surfer's in the house. Cheers, Solitude Surfer. I didn't see your name come by in chat earlier. Welcome to the party. Glad you made it. Thank you so much for coming by. Christmas in 1774 was a turning point as George Washington swam across the Potomac River with a lit candle in his ass. I guarantee you can find videos of ass candles, lit ass candles. That's right. 1774, the Continental Army crossed the Potomac River to have a sneak attack on the German soldiers, the English and German soldiers, the German mercenaries who were with the English camp across the river. They were celebrating kind of just like a, you know, it was their religious holiday. They were enjoying the religious holiday. The Americans were like, "Fuck that, we're going to attack them." There you go, and they did. Um, Almost as big a day as the Super Bowl, but less. Now, the Super Bowl is a very good example of what I think what Saturnalia would have been. It's just this big culturally hedonistic. They have festivals and celebrations and parties, and they have a big whatever spectacle event that they can watch and participate in. Burning of Yule logs to keep themselves warm. Just all this insanity that they did back then. It's the same type of thing we do now for other celebrations. So there you are. Perfect. That's a great example. Charge up battery packs for the storm. Was that Anchor battery packs? Dude, Santa Claus is straight up omnipowerful. You can't defeat him. He's everywhere all at the same time. Boom. He is an American, a wholly invented American god. He can't be defeated because he can't be stopped. He's everywhere all at once, and he's gone. That's how it works. And we create logic around it, like he has a time portal or what. He's a fucking god. He's just like, I'm here and I'm gone, just like that. Omnipresent, omnipowerful. He's all the omnis. He is a straight up god. Almost hit a tree. Didn't know that about George Washington. Cherry tree, wooden teeth, and ass candle. Skyrocketing. I wish there was someone like you here. Yep. Safety Doc's a good guy to have around. And, thanks to the internet, you can have him around all the time. He has hours of footage. You can just listen to his dulcimer tones as they soothe you in the background. Add a slab to widen your driveway. A great show on deck for Monday night. It's already posted on my channel. Bystander effect. Ooh, is that the bystander effect like in New York? Yeah, that's why you tell people you dial 911, not somebody dial 911. Do you know the Old Humble? Jesus Christ. I love the Blue Moon though. Blue Moon is awesome. It's a great song too. Let's see here. I don't think the weather will get really bad in Illinois. I was in your stream, I think it was Monday. Safety Doc, I need to talk to you about being a guest on my 72-hour live stream when I crack open my bourbon barrels. I need to get you on for a segment on the show, and if you would be willing to go on for a long segment, that would be cool. Not sure what happened on Monday night. I was watching the moderation aspect of chat, and I didn't mute anyone. Imagine it's an accident by someone teaming a spam bot. What? I missed something. But some comments. Okay. They asked me during the stream. Weren't appearing. Sunflowers Bacon did ask me during the stream why you weren't appearing in it. Anyway, okay. Again later if not. I need to jump into one of your. I need to be around on a Monday night. That's what I need to do. I need to be around on Monday nights. 13 more only 13, and you get my first ever ad revenue payout from YouTube. Woo, woo, nice, bravo. Also, don't forget like and subscribe. Bravo, get that check, get that money, take that check and go buy a lottery ticket, turn it into something. That's awesome. 6 degrees and negative 28 wind chill. Way more people prey on this. That is probably an accurate statement. More people pray during the Super Bowl. Oh, have I caught up to chat already? Santa's power is gives you coal or free shit. Oh no, he can absolutely do shit otherwise. He just chooses not to. He chooses not to. He can affect uh the future. He can affect the past. Because he can make non-believers into believers. He's super duper powerful. You don't give him credit. He has the ability to influence your mind and influence your thoughts, make you do his bidding. He is an American god. All right, one more smoke. I don't know if I want to do the pecan smoke again. I burn my eyes. I burn my eyes. But it's all right. I'm a glutton. I'm a glutton for punishment. Let's do this. I'll move it over here so you can see what's going on. There it is, right there. Boom, perfect. Pecan, wood. It doesn't take a lot of wood in the basket to make the effect, the desired effect. It doesn't take a tremendous amount because the glass isn't very big, and you don't want to be sitting here smoking it forever. It takes about a minute, 30 seconds to a minute to get all the wood nice and toasted and burning. And if you do it right, it burns down to just about nothing, very little ash left. You get a nice thick head of smoke in there. And I'll let that smolder for a few minutes. Another minute and a half or so to let it just smolder in there. Make sure my Boomtown Bourbon is prominently displayed. Yeah. Hey, Doc, did your buddy get his box? Did his package arrive? Because that should have been properly delivered by now. But yeah, that's that. I mean, personally, I like the taste. I like the additional flavor. I like smoky Scotch. I like smoky bourbon. I like what it does to it. I I like it. I don't know if it's worth this hassle, because I could already be drinking my next drink, but it definitely slows down the process. Definitely slows it all down. And this time I've got a nice look at that. It looks like a head of foam down there at the bottom. And you can actually do this if you do it in like a shaker and then shake it up. And agitate the whiskey as you shake it with the smoke. The smoke will get even deeper infused into the drink. But this is like it's like looking out over a landscape with fog in the valley, and you see it, and you look out, and there's fog in the valley, and a little iceberg sticking out over the fog as the fog extends out into the bay. You hear out in the distance uh, one lonely horn from a lighthouse, alerting the coming ships of the coastline that they need to be careful of. Ah, yes. The mystery, the mystique, and the majesty of whiskey. Look at that. I love whiskey. There's so very little I don't like about whiskey. A good whiskey will put you in a good mood faster than most people can take you out of that mood. You really taste the flavor from the smoke. You can see how it condenses around the. I don't know if you can see that. How it condenses around the outside. There's like little chunks. It's almost like salt around the outside of the the rim. All that's particulate matter that just clings. You can see that? Can you see that? That is inside. That is smoke particulate matter on the inside of the glass there. All on the inside. Roll that around, collect that up in the whiskey, let it dissolve inside the with the alcohol. Oh, I love that. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love the industry that I'm working in. I truly do. In a way that I've never really loved a job that I've ever had before. This is yeah. I'd even be willing to consider doing this for somebody else. That's how much I like doing this. Anyway, where were we? What were we talking about? What was going on? I am confused. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? It is 11 o'clock. We are open forum for anybody. I know the chat said 1370. We were at 1372, by the way, for what that's worth. I don't know if that nobody else cares except me. But I'm not actually counting the numbers. I'm just watching the scoreboard. You know, it's like when you've already clinched the title in Major League Baseball. You know, you're already the NL West champ or AL West champs, and you know, you're just curious as to how the Angels are doing. You don't really care. You're just kind of curious. That's kind of what I'm doing. That's all. So there you go. Christmas, all the stuff. We do some math real quick. Hold on. 6 times 14. That's not going to get me. That's a little over an hour divided by 60. Yeah. Hour and a half. I need 14 hours, guys. I need more people in here to chit chat with because I don't want to shut this thing down right now. I mean, I could shut this down and go watch whatever the fuck they're watching in there. I think they're watching. Well, they were watching Into the Woods. Let me tell you, the Big Bad Wolf coming up on Red Riding Hood was just creepy, just absolutely creepy as fuck. He's like, "Oh, hey, little girl." Hello, little girl. I'm like, that's gross. Do they know what this sounds like? Hey, what you got in that basket? Where are you going to? Sexy little thing. You wanna tell me what you got under that little riding hood of yours? You going to your grandma's house? Where's she at? Oh, look at that tender pink flail. And I'm like, ugh. Then that's a straight up quote. Oh, your tender pink flesh. I'm like, ugh. Oh, that dude. Ugh. Yeah, he's a pedophile. Straight up pedophile. The Big Bad Wolf is a pedophile. There you go. You heard it here first, kids. You heard it here first. Big Bad Wolf, pedophile, running for governor of Alabama. You know, I almost did the Tonight Show on the January 6th findings, but I haven't finished reading through it. We'll do that in a couple of weeks. That'd be a good one. Maybe we'll do it on the anniversary of the insurrection. That'd be fun. We'll do that one. I don't give a shit about tax returns. Those aren't any kind of revelation. Having fun arguing. Well, I'm not really having it. TikTok's a fucking dumpster fire. I hate TikTok. It's the worst. I like YouTube though. YouTube's a nice environment to raise a family. Nice environment to have kids along. Nice environment to do, you know, nonsensical, silly, fun stuff like what we do here at the Old Humble Distilling Company. What? Let me tell you about the 72-hour live stream that I'm working on. Last week of January, I will be dumping our bourbon. Last week of January, I'll be dumping our bourbon. We'll be bottling it. We'll be barreling it. We'll be doing all the stuff, or we'll be bottling it. We'll be, dumping it, proofing it, filtering it, bottling it, labeling it, sealing it, boxing it, shipping it. We'll be doing all the things. And we're going to start Monday. We're going to go Monday for 12 hours, Monday for 12 hours, Monday for 18 hours, Tuesday for 9 hours, Wednesday for 9 hours, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's 7. 7 times 9 is 72, right? No, that's not right. 7 times 9 is 63. 63. So I need to add one more double day. So twice on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, twice on Thursday, Friday. No, fuck that up. Twice on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I need to add a Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There we go. There we go. Figured it out. So we'll go 18 hours on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We go 9 hours on Tuesday and Friday. Maybe I should go 18 hours on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then throttle it back on Thursday and Friday. That's what I'll do. 18 hours on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and throttle it back, go 9 hours on Thursday, and hopefully rest up, because Friday I'm open to the public to sell my bourbon for 9 hours. So there you go. And then, of course, Saturday will be open to the public too. But I won't be filming, streaming on Saturday. No streaming on Saturday, just streaming on Thursday through Friday. Where the fuck did everybody go? Doesn't matter. I'm going to do this. I'm going to scream into the void and go as long as I can until I get tired and I have to go to bed. I've got about a quarter of a bottle of bourbon left, so I'm just going to drink this and enjoy it. Where were we? What were we talking about? What else do we need to talk about? The 72-hour live stream, right. So we're going to have guests on the 72-hour live stream. We're going to have, I've got Slade Ham confirmed. Alyssa Kopinski confirmed. Alyssa Kopinski, actress from New York City, who was in Velocipaster and will be in Velocipaster 2. Jeff Peterson, Scabs the Clown. They are not confirmed, but I'm efforting those guys. Raptor. From Raptor Gaming here on the YouTubes. Not confirmed, but efforting. These are potential guests. Rob Mungle, potential guest. We have Los Comedy Compadres who will be coming on the show. We have Smell Your Bourbon, who will be recording a live podcast in the distillery live on my. So I'll be streaming them live while they're recording a podcast live in the distillery. Right, like Inception. We're going layers into this shit, right? I've got another couple of guys who've talked about doing a podcast. I don't know the name of their podcast. Hereford Cigars will be coming as a guest live. We'll be smoking some cigars. They might become on the show with the podcast show. So I'm in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to try and plot this all out and schedule this all out. And I actually have a potentially big announcement coming in the next 4 weeks. So fingers crossed on this one. I'm super duper excited about this. Any of my Canadian friends out there, any of my people who know Canadian friends, like you people have friends, right? Be on the lookout for this big announcement coming late January, early February, especially if you live in Alberta, Canada. That's all I can say right now. If you live in Alberta, be prepared for a huge announcement. Huge. What's up, Tiny Farm Nuggets? Cheers, my main man, Tiny Farm Nuggets. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Hey, did y'all know that if you drew a little line on the Pepsi logo, it looks like a butt crack? Did y'all know that? I don't know if you knew that, but that's the thing. that's a legitimate thing. When I was when I was getting my MBA when that logo came out, they did their little Pepsi logo. And it was all new logo, big new announcement, redesigned Pepsi logo. I looked at that and I'm like, wait a minute. That's a fat guy wearing a red shirt and blue jeans leaning over a bar. That's a butt crack. Yep. Pepsi logo's a butt crack. Ta-da. I always have to be wary when I'm making my own logos to make sure that I'm not making butt crack logos. Last thing I want to do is have a butt crack logo for my whiskey. I got a comb for my beard. Like, check it out. Hey. Yeah. I should do a show on the Cola Wars. They were a real thing in the 90s. You know, the Cola Wars was a real thing. Like Pepsi had this cool branding and they were edgy and young. They were the drink of a new generation and da 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 da. But Coke just tasted better. Coke just tasted better. I liked the taste of Coke better. I mean, Pepsi had cool commercials. I liked them, but that didn't change the fact that Coke tasted better. You know, so anyway, I have to be careful not to deal crack when making. That is a good one. I like that. Yeah, I usually don't turn my back to the camera. I try not to turn my back to the camera. I say that, and I know for a fact I turn my back to the camera like all the time. Yeah. I would love. I'm looking forward when I get. This year's going to be a good year. 2023. I'm going to sell 60, 80, 120, 250, 300. I might sell 300 cases of my bourbon as it matures and comes out and gets into the stores. I'm so excited. And just so y'all know, for a small distiller, for a small company like mine, um, that's a lot. That's a lot. Uh, I mean, for a big distillery like Jack Daniels, 300 cases is like nothing. They do that in 3 minutes or whatever. But you can do the math. My whiskey, uh, is $60 a bottle. Divide that by two for the wholesale price. Multiply by 12 for bottles in a case, and then multiply 360 times 300 cases. That's $108,000. That's $100,000. I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot of money. Uh, but I got to pay myself. I got to pay for my house. I got to pay for I got to pay for my family. I got to keep my wife in nice things. That's a big deal. That's the most money this company will have made. And when I tell you we're a small distillery, I'm not lying. It's the most money we will have ever made in a single year if I hit my sales targets. If my distributor does their job and I do my job, we sell 300 cases. Big fucking deal. And then things start moving. Then we get like ads and stuff. We can start like really marketing this shit. I'm really looking forward to 2023. And if it doesn't work, if we don't hit our numbers on 2023, no big deal. I just go get a fucking suit and a tie and go get a goddamn desk job somewhere. Some kind of fucking desk job somewhere. That's how it'll go. But hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully it will not come to that. And I will be able to crush it like a big boy boss. So anyway, what were we talking about? 72-hour live stream. 72-hour live stream. Last week of January. So mark your calendars for the last week of January. For the Old Humble 70, it'll be broken into 5 days. With 8 live streams over 5 days. 2 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, the 23rd through the 27th. 2 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 2 on Wednesday, 1 on Thursday, 1 on Friday. When the first pre-sales of our bourbon go out to the public, and then um, Saturday we have a big party. We have a mini festival at the distillery with music and oh, we may not do it that weekend. We may do the mini festival in February because it's still going to be cold for Houston, Texas cold. It's still going to be cold that weekend in January. Maybe we'll hold off on the mini festival until like March. Maybe. Maybe. I need to speak with my boys and see what we can do. Speak with my boys. See what we can do. Do a mini fest in March and a mini fest in April. Talk to my boy Chuck. Ooh, Outlaw Dave may be the guy to talk to too. Anyway, thinking out loud, thinking with my brain banana, stuff we can do. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a good time. It will be it's gonna be a really good time. What do you want to know? Ask me anything. Give me questions. Give me questions. Let me talk. Let me talk about something. What do y'all want to know about? Give me ideas. Give me thoughts. Give me questions. Give me concerns. Give me challenge me with something. Shipping is entirely possible. Shipping's about $10 for 1 or 2 bottles, and that is a person-to-person transaction. Anywhere UPS delivers, I can ship. It's $10, up to 2 bottles in a box. And the way we do it, the distillery can't ship anything, but I personally can, and I have representatives who will go to the store and buy a bottle for you and put it in a box and send it out. So that's basically what happens. You send me the PayPal money. I give the money to my rep. The rep goes out and buys it, or I go out and buy it from the liquor store, put it in a box, and ship it out to you. That's how it goes. It takes a couple of days usually. It's not you can buy it on. You might buy it on Monday, and it may not be till no, I sent you that email, Tiny Nuggets. That was me. You emailed me, and I emailed you back. The stuff that we had available. Now the only thing we have available at the distillery is the bourbon, but I can still get the rye in the stores. I don't know if I gave you the price on all the others. Can't remember. Just email me back. Yeah, email me back if but I can like I said, I can get a hold of any one of our 4 whiskeys at the stores, and that's how we do it. I'll buy the whiskey, put it in a box, and ship it out. We have our straight whiskey, the purple label, straight whiskey, special reserve, black label, Boomtown Bourbon. Over here, the blue label, and Double Oak Rye, the green label. So we got all 4. Yeah, the way it works is the distillery can't do it, but I can do it personally. And usually what happens is I get the PayPal funds, I go to the store, buy the whiskey, and drop it in a box and ship it out the door. Just like that. I do not have any honey whiskey. I have no honey infused whiskeys. However, I am working on the idea of a honey rum, starting with a mead, finishing, taking a mead and then distilling it out. So there's that. That I may work on a honey mead in January. The thing is, like 15 gallons of mead, of 15 gallons of honey, costs like $200. It's not cheap. And I'm right now I'm dumping all my money into bourbon and barrels and wood and expanding the distillery and building out the tasting room and doing all the stuff. So I'm dumping all my money into the distillery right now. Making some honey mead and honey rum on spec is it's a little bit of a distraction of the main goal. But I'll have a little bit of cash in the bank by the end of the year, and I may play around with some honey rum and some honey meads and different flavors. But it won't be a honey whiskey. It won't be a honey flavored whiskey. I don't like doing flavored whiskeys. If you want to do a honey flavored whiskey, you can literally take hot honey, heat up your honey in the microwave, put your honey dipper in there, and then just stir it into your drink. And there you go. You have honey infused. It's not. I mean, it's a sweet honey infused whiskey, and then you have whiskey for when you want whiskey, and then you have honey for when you want honey, and then you have honey infused whiskey for when you want honey infused whiskey. You can do it whenever you want to do it, and you don't have to like ruin an entire bottle of whiskey. You don't have to ruin an entire bottle of whiskey for something you just kind of want one day, you know? It's the same way with my coffee liqueur that I do. I don't do it on a large scale because I don't want to like divert my whiskey stocks into coffee liqueur. But uh, when I have leftover coffee grounds, I'm making coffee liqueur. I'm gonna go out and buy a couple of bottles of whiskey and make a coffee liqueur out of it because that's some good shit. That's straight up good shit. Um, so in the email, what did I say? Did I list both? Did I list all four of my whiskeys or just two in the email? Let me know. I'm curious. I can't remember. It's been a few days. Um, but I'm gonna make one more drink. Should I make another drink? I'm gonna wait. I've had three now in the first hour, so I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm gonna drink water for 45 minutes. I want to think. I want to get a good. I'm trying to think of something that's getting me good and pissed off lately. Give myself a good rant, but I can't think of anything that's gotten me good and pissed off. You know, there's. I mean, I've just been in a really good mood all week long. Special Reserve Boomtown Bourbon. Okay, so those were the two. Okay, those were the two I had available at the distillery at the time. Let me give you the other two right here in chat. Uh, Oak Rye, $35, and that's my purple label, $30. There you go. Those are the other two. You can add those in. Use a pencil, add them into your email there. It's the same shipping for all four, $10 up to 2 bottles. There you go. Anywhere UPS delivers, I can ship. So there you go. And if I can't get a hold of the rye or the straight whiskey, I'll let you know. But I'm telling you, that Boomtown Bourbon is worth the effort. It's good fucking whiskey. This is totally. I'm going to be really disappointed when I finally shave this beard. I'm probably going to shave it off after this cold weather passes this weekend. I'll probably shave it. Holy shit, I forgot about the New Year's show. We got a New Year's show coming up. We have 1,300, possibly 1,400 rockets I'm going to launch off for New Year's Eve. When the clock strikes midnight, bing bong, bing bong, pew, 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 pew. The bourbon is not a strong bourbon taste. Let me tell you about our bourbon. Our Boomtown Bourbon is 72% corn, with the balance split between the rye and malted barley. When most people talk about a strong bourbon taste, they're talking about that bite from the rye. So you're talking about 60% corn, 55% corn, and up to 30% rye, 30 sometimes more of rye, and then the rest being malted barley being there to help with the conversion of starches in the corn to sugars. So we take away some of that rye and switch it over into sugar, into corn rather, and then the malted barley. So instead of having 30 or more percent of our grain bill as rye, we have less than 20% of our grain bill as rye. So we have 72% corn. The remaining 28 The remaining 28% is 2-to-1 rye to malted barley. So you're talking 14.7. No, not quite 14.7. 16.6, 16.8 would be 24. I think it's a little bit higher than 8. I think it's 10% malted barley, and 16 and 10. 18 and 10. That's what it is. It's 18 and 10 for the balance of our flavor. So it doesn't have that heavy rye hook to it. Even our rye doesn't have a heavy rye hook to it because I balanced the rye with the double oak. Our rye is aged with extra oak staves to give it the equivalent of 7.5 years in the barrel. So it tastes like it's been aged longer, so it doesn't have that heavy medicine-y rye flavor to it. It has this, it has all of that rye flavor, but it's counterbalanced by the heavy oak that we use to balance that flavor out. So it's not so much rye, it's rye and other stuff to give it that a fuller, larger, broader flavor on your tongue, and it's not that sharp pinpoint of rye. I'm not a big fan of rye in general. You have to prepare it properly for me to like it. This is like with IPAs. I'm not a big fan of IPAs. If you couple the IPA with some kind of fruit, a fruit stout or a sour stout or whatever, a milk stout or something like that, it tastes better to me. I don't really like it, but it tastes better to me. So I'm not a big fan of IPAs. I'm not a big fan of traditional classic ryes. I like longer aged, fuller flavored, broader textured ryes. And I approach it the same way that I approach my bourbons. I don't like that rye punch in most bourbons. There's a broad swath of bourbons that are made that have less rye, more corn, or they swap out some of the rye for wheat or something else, like the quad grains. Um, the quad grains, I'm not a big fan of the idea of quad grain because the fourth grain, you don't really taste 4 grains in a rye or in a bourbon. But I do like the idea of borrowing from the rye and putting in something that's more mellow, like wheat or oat or something else, to kind of mellow out that bourbon hook, that bite, that rye bite. So my bourbon, it's not sweet, but it's more sweet. You follow what I'm saying? It still has a little bit of that rye hook to it, but it's not so heavy. Um, I don't know any other way to tell. It's a very approachable, very easy to drink. It doesn't have that bite to it. It doesn't have that medicine-y aftertaste. It's an easy drinking bourbon the way bourbon ought to taste. It's the kind of bourbon that you can easily make your way to the bottom of the glass, pour yourself another bottle, or pour yourself another glass and keep going, and not really have to think about it. It's just it's it's a relaxing drink. It's what you want to drink after a hard day's work. When you just like sit down and just melt into your chair and you have a glass of bourbon in one hand and your phone in the other, and you just want to like, you don't even give a shit what you're watching in the YouTubes. You don't care what's coming up on the TikToks. You're just like, whatever. Yeah, I'm fine. This is good. You just turn on Spotify, hit the mellow tunes, grab your drink, and you're good. That's it. You're done. You're good. You're fine. It's not not a challenge. You know, you don't get any trophies or badges for finishing our bourbon because it's just easy to drink. Save that shit for the Pocky One Chip, man. The Pocky One Chip gives you a fucking trophy for finishing it. We don't give you any fucking trophies. The drink is the trophy in and of itself. You earned it. You earned this. You didn't have to fight for it. You earned it. We're more than willing to accommodate. Good deal, man. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Well, what part of the country do you live in? I should know this because I've perused your channel. I should know what part of the country you live in, but I don't. I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Um, but I will. Yeah, I mean, as long as UPS delivers, it shouldn't be any problem. But there is a possibility. We are hooking up with a distributor. Arkansas. I have family in Arkansas. I have a lot of family in Arkansas, as a matter of fact. Arkadelphia, Little Rock, mostly Arkadelphia, but up in the Ozarks too. This is OBS. Yeah, my software that I use for most of my live streams is OBS. This is wrong window. This window is just a capture of a tab from Chrome. This is my webcam. This is my webcam. Background. Yeah. What is that? Is that my counter? Where's my counter at? Boom. There it is. 1370. Yeah, boy. This is stuff that I can't do with StreamYard. I tried, but I can't. I don't know how to do all this stuff with StreamYard. StreamYard's good for having 2, 3, 4 people on the show at the same time. It is harder to do 2, 3, 4 people on the show with OBS. You can do it with Zoom. You can do it with Skype. You can do it with. There's tools that you can have multiple people on the show with. But for my Wednesday night show, I go solo. It's no big deal. And I'm also out of hours with my StreamYard non-scription. I'm not paying StreamYard anymore, but I like doing this. I like doing that. That's fun. But OBS is versatile. There's a lot of stuff you can do. You can capture screens. You can go gaming. You can do game streams. You can have your face cam on down here in the bottom corner, and you can have your game stream on as long as you have a good enough graphic card that you can do stuff like that. What's this? What's this one? Oh, that was another text stream across the front of the. What's this one? Bring on the king. Oh yeah, bring on the kangaroo. We're over 1,000. That's right. I forgot. I'm gonna fight a fucking kangaroo. I need to return a phone call tomorrow. Yeesh. And in StreamYard, you could pop out chat and then share yeah. In StreamYard, you can do. There's a couple of apps where you can do it on the on OBS too, but in StreamYard, you can click. Okay, so StreamYard goes through Chrome or whatever your web browser is, right? So it's a web-based streaming service. I connect to StreamYard, StreamYard connects to YouTube and streams out what I'm doing through. Chat is indigenous to the StreamYard set. It's over here on my screen. It's over here off to my right. Much the way this is off to my left. Screen right, me left. So on StreamYard, you can click on the comment and it pops up down here at the bottom, right? Pops up right down here at the bottom. My picture gets small. Chat opens up down at the bottom. There's various apps where I could do that as well. If I close this, close this, close this, it's called, what's it called? Twidget is the name of the app that you can do it. You can do Twidget in your screen. You can click on the comment and it pops up down below. I quit doing that because it was just a pain in the ass. It was running one too many apps while I was trying to do this, and my laptop is designed for office work, not for streaming work. So I have a shitty graphics card, a teeny tiny. I mean, this thing is it's like this wide. It is so like it's a thin, streamlined graphics light type of computer touchscreen monitor. It's intended to be light. It's intended for office work. It's intended for just light stuff. Eventually, I'm going to get a computer. I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to box up and do all kinds of stuff. I'm going to have a desktop computer at the distillery. possibly a desktop computer here at the home office, and then I'll have my laptop that I can bring in between on the road and doing other stuff with. Of course, this is a 10-year-old laptop, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to use this laptop in general. Um, I'll probably keep using it until it just completely gives up the ghost because it does all the work that I need it to do. Uh, I mean, it's fine. It does the work I need to do. I would really like to have a full-on like streaming kit with like the big fat beefy graphics card that I could do all the graphics and shit on, and have my camera A and camera B and camera C and do all the stuff and the background graphics and have that green screen and all this shit. That'd be awesome. Do the band with the 3 cameras shoot and the audio card or audio board going into the thing and mixing everything together and bringing it in and doing all the stuff and have just a beefy 4K output graphics setup. That'd be sweet. I got to sell about 300 cases of whiskey. I got to sell about 300 cases of whiskey to get that done. So, the sooner I sell those 300 cases of whiskey, the sooner I get a badass computer. And then we just start kicking all the ass. And then I have Willie Nelson playing at the distillery, and it's just gonna be fucking G strings and panties hanging from the rafters. So yeah, that's the plan. I mean, I know what I need to do. It's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. And to be completely honest, a lot of this YouTube project over the last year has been very helpful in reminding me of what it is that I need to do and how to do what I need to do. When it comes to the whiskey, how do you get people to want? How do you get new subscribers? You get new subscribers by getting new viewers, and you get new viewers by going where the activity is. And on the YouTube world, the shorts has been great as far as finding new viewers. When I post up a video that gets 9 views or 20 views or 30 views, that's not enough viewers to get new subscribers. But when you post up a short that gets 2,500, 3,000, 6,000, 12,000 views, whatever it is, that's a lot of new subscribers. That's 15, 20, 30 new subscribers. And when you're talking about a channel with 400 subs or 600 subs or 500, whatever it was that we had, 15 subscribers is a lot of subscribers. When you have 600 subscribers and you get 15 new subscribers, that's like 0.25%. That's enough to notice, right? I mean, 15 divided by 600, I think is 0.25. 15 divided by 600. Yeah, 0.025. So that's like what would that be? 2.5%. That's 2.5% of all your subscribers. That's a big fucking deal when you have a small, teeny tiny channel. When you're Mr. Beast and you have 50 zillion subscribers and you're making a zillion trillion dollars, whatever, nobody gives a fucking shit. But there's one of those guys. There's hundreds of thousands of people like me who are scrapping around with 1,300, 1,400, 2,500, 3,000, 4,000, whatever subscribers. And we're just pumping out shit. We're just enjoying ourselves and having fun and enjoying the process and enjoying the community, making the effort to promote our brand, maybe sell some T-shirts, maybe sell some bottles of whiskey, whatever it is that you sell. Most of these people sell T-shirts and hats and koozies and plushies and all this other shit that I'm not really that interested in selling. But maybe next year I'll have my own special brand line of T-shirts. Set up a proprietary line of T-shirts. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, I've got T-shirts and I've got tank tops, but like set up a special line of T-shirts that you can only get through the YouTube channel. Well, that'd be kind of cool. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But there's hundreds of thousands of people like me and you and everyone else out there who's just like We have our little community, and we enjoy what we do, and we have fun doing. I tell you, I've had a rough month, but the time I spend doing this, I enjoy it. I can relax. I can let my hair, what hair I have, I can let my hair down and just kind of talk about whatever the fuck. Just chill and enjoy myself. Have a drink. It's happy hour. I have a drink. You have a drink. We talk about whatever. I enjoy this. I really do. And uh, it's like when you have a room full of people and you just can sit there and chat with a room full of people. I'm not necessarily an extrovert all the time, but I don't like being by myself. I don't like being in a big crowd, but I don't like being by myself. If I'm in a big crowded room of people, I'm going to collect up 3 or 4 people and we're going to talk the whole fucking night. Like, sorry, but I've chosen you to be a part of this circle. We're talking all night long. And we're going to talk about whatever you do, and whatever you do, and whatever you do. And we're going to talk about football. And we're going to talk about basketball. We're going to talk about baseball. And we're going to talk about the Pythagorean theorem. And we're going to talk about Andromeda and the galaxy that is 25 million light years away. And when they look at us, they're looking at us 25 million years ago. And 25 million years ago, there were like dinosaurs and shit. And it's just going to be crazy. Why would they even come to visit us? There's nobody to talk to. There's no human beings here for them to talk to when they're looking at Earth. They're looking at dinosaurs. Why would they come here? There's no cities. There's no jets. There's no airplanes. There's no rocket ships. There's no buildings. There's no nothing. Why would they come here? Why would they look down at Earth and go, oh, that looks neat. It looks like it might sustain life, but there's no intelligent life there that we know of. Pass. If anything, they would send robots. They would send robots to come and scour the surface and see if there's signs of sustainable life, compatible life. The same thing we do to Mars. And Mars takes 6 months to get to. Earth would take lifetimes to get to. And also, by the way, Earth is one out of like a zillion planets in the Milky Way galaxy. There are trillions of stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Trillions of stars. And of those trillions of stars, a fraction of them will have a large fraction, mind you, probably 3/4 of them have planets. And of those 3/4, they probably have dozens of planets. Let's say 6 planets per star. And when you're talking about multiple trillions of stars, let's say 10 trillion stars. Let's pick a fucking number out of the sky. 10 trillion stars. 3/4 of them, 7.5 trillion stars. Multiply that number by 6, and you've got what? 7 times 6, 6 times 7 is 42, 45 million planets. Of those planets, let's say a fifth of them are habitable, in the habitable zone. A fifth of 45, it'd be 45 billion, not 45 million. 45 billion planets. A fifth, or would it be a fifth of 45 billion or 450 billion? I think it'd be a fifth of 450 billion. Wait, hang on. 7.5 trillion times 6, that'd be 45 trillion. And a fifth of 45 trillion would be 9 trillion. 9 trillion planets that they're looking at in this galaxy. 9 trillion. Trillion with a tr. And that's optimistic. That we're 1 in 9 trillion life-sustaining planets. Why on earth do you think we're so fucking special that some intergalactic beings would go, oh, those guys, yeah. You know how long it would take to review 9 trillion planets? You know how long it would take to just simply take a flip through the page. Flip, 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 flip. And yeah, let's say they got a supercomputer. They got a supercomputer that can chunk up those a million of them a second. It would take years. Years. So anyway, that's what we're going to talk about at this party. We'll be in a room full of people. You, me, a couple other people. I'm going to curate my crowd. We're going to talk. We'll probably talk about whiskey and shit too. Comedy, if that's what you do. Farming, if that's what you do. We're talking about chicken. We'll talk about beef. We'll talk about. I want to know about the shit you do, and then we're gonna start talking about weird stuff, super weird stuff, and it's gonna get weird. It's gonna get weird, and we're gonna drink a lot. Just these are things you're just gonna have to come to terms with. And I don't know where I was going with this, but that's how it's gonna be. Jack is in the house. Cheers, JC. What's up, my man? I need to go grab another piece of ice. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I stole another stinkerdoodle. So you know. There you go. Okay. So you're saying pop out chat in YouTube and share the window in StreamYard. Haven't tried it, but it may work. Yeah, you could do that. You could share that page or that you could share that page. So you have two tabs, StreamYard, the YouTube, and YouTube chat. You could share this tab as a window in StreamYard. So you'd have you and then what you're sharing next to you. You could do that. I don't know why you would, but you could do that. Yeah. We don't want extra work. Yeah. Oh, OBS is a little bit extra work, but it's not. It's not onerous. It's not like a lot. It was intimidating when I started, but I just threw in a one element here and one element there, and did a thing there, and did a thing here, and did this scroll down here. You add a little bit here and there, and you just work to make it a little bit better, a little bit at a time. You don't start off with the deluxe. You don't sit down and go deluxe. You sit down and go, okay, here's the basic model, and then you add a fog lamp, and you add a funny horn, and then you add, the fancy tires. You upgrade and you add as you go along. What if it's flat? It's not. But that would be a really good excuse for them to come visit. They'd be like, look at all the planets in the entire universe. That one's flat. Of course, if it was also flat, the chances of them seeing it from the edge on and not seeing anything would be tremendous. And then they would just be like, that's not anything to look at. So we're just ignore it. But the earth isn't flat, so it's not a thing. so don't worry about it. Peace, love, and whiskey. Oh, peace, love, and whiskey. I'll write that down. We do a tie-dye label. Do a tie-dye label. Peace, love, and whiskey. The Old Humble Tie-Dye Fest. Peace, love, and whiskey. The Tie-Dye Mini Music Fest. Ah, shit. Dude. Winner. Tiny nugget dinner. I love it. I love that. I love the idea. We're gonna go with that. I'm gonna play with that for a while. We'll see what we can do. And yeah, cheers, Jack. Welcome to the party. JAC, welcome to the party. Welcome to the fam. Welcome to the house. Welcome to the chat. Miniature fainting goats, rabbits. Oh, that's what you do. Okay. Miniature fainting goats, rabbits, and chickens. I haven't farmed rabbits. Okay, so years ago, I had a very large home garden. It was my hobby. It was where I went to go to church. Many Sundays, I would just go to the garden and spend all day just working the soil, working the smell, the peace, the physical activity. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. And every year or every season, I would add to it. So we started off with blackberries, and then we added a patch of beans, and then we added a patch of. And I started with the blackberries because the blackberries were annuals. They would stay there, and you just thin them out, and they'd grow up again. Added beans, added cucumbers, added tomatoes, added lettuce, added chard, added fig tree in the wrong spot because it was it added too much shade. Did loofahs one year. I mean, this wasn't a small. I mean, it was a smallish garden, I guess, but for a suburban house, it was like 2,000 square feet. It was big. And then we added fruit trees down the side of our. We busted out of the garden and went down the side of our driveway. Did strawberries in the front of the house as decoration. We'd had a little strawberry patch in the front of our house. We had herbs and we had all the shit. It was huge. It was big for a suburban garden. For a suburban garden, it was big. For a like rural garden, it wasn't nothing. But for a suburban garden, it was big. But I was thinking, like, if we had if this was an apocalypse garden, like a man can't live off of vegetables alone. You can't just live off cucumbers and tomatoes, and you've got to have meat, right? So I began negotiating with my wife about getting chickens because we could have eggs every day. I could have a couple of chickens out in a little chicken coop, and we could just get eggs all the time, right? Wife says no. So I consider doing it anyway and just not telling her and seeing how long it would take her to find out that we have chickens. She caught wind of my plans because the feed store called me back and she answered the phone and she wouldn't let me talk to them. Quite a comical scenario, but she wouldn't let me talk to them. So we didn't get. Moral of the story is we didn't get chicken, but I did finally break her down to the point where she was okay with rabbits. And from what I gathered in my research of rabbits, is that they were more popular in the pre-industrial farming communities around the world because they were cheap, they were abundant, they produced a ton of meat. People also had chickens. Chickens were a staple on farms as well. but rabbits were just abundant. They produced fur as well as meat, and they produced a lot of it, a lot of it. They were prodigious. But the problem that rabbits had is they produced so much meat that the meat was cheap, so they were hard to industrialize because the fur was not, uh, it wasn't a large hide. The fur was a small hide, and you needed several furs to stitch together to make like blankets and jackets and things like that. But the fur was also, or the hide, the skin was thin and fragile, so it wasn't good for like clothing or bags or things like that. It was good for like a jacket, or a blanket or something like an overcoat, but not good for the stuff that worked, right? It wasn't thick enough to protect you from um, the environment. It wasn't thick enough to protect you from damage, going thorns and brambles and whatever. The way cowhide was thick, good leather that was good to protect you from the sticks and stones that break your bones. But rabbit fur was not. It was warm. It kept you nice and toasty warm. It was really good, really bad for knitting and yarn and stuff like that, but really great as far as a hide goes to keep you warm. Blankets and things like that. Stuff that didn't get a lot of mobility use. And you probably know all this. I'm fucking preaching to the choir over here. But chickens produced feathers and meat and eggs. And if you didn't eat the chicken, you got food. You could get food from a chicken every single day without eating the chicken and continue. You didn't have to pay for it. Rabbit, rabbit would produce more rabbit, but but because rabbits produce so much more rabbit, they were cheap. They were really cheap, and the food or the meat was really cheap because they would just continuously produce more of it. And it was really, 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 really cheap. But that was really great in the Great Depression because rabbits could produce more rabbits, and you could feed them scraps, so they'd eat grass and scraps and whatever else you had from your. You just toss it to the rabbit. The rabbit would eat it, and then in a couple of weeks, you just kill the rabbit, and they make more rabbits, and you're all good. Everything's fine. Rabbits would do great. But when it came time for companies to start making agricultural food, industrialized food uh, for corporate consumption, and they needed a lot of meat that was easy to raise. They could also produce other food if they didn't want to. While they were waiting for that food to become food, it would produce other food. So chickens won out because they produced eggs while they were waiting for the chickens to make chicken. The chickens produced eggs, and some of those eggs could become more chickens, but other eggs became eggs. And then the chicken would become chicken. The chickens would become chicken, and then the eggs that became chickens would replace the chickens that became chicken. And the eggs that stayed eggs became eggs for people to eat. Um, and chickens were easy to breed and easy to grow, and you can make millions of them. But they weren't so prodigious that that they made them cheap the way rabbits make rabbits cheap. Because if you take 2 rabbits and you put them in a box for 3 hours, you have 12 rabbits. That's just how it. When I brought home my breeding pair of rabbits, they were new. They were like 6 months old. They were just baby rabbits. And I had them in a cage until I built the hutch. And I swear to God, I had them in the cage together. I had 2 cages. I had 1 cage for 2 rabbits. I brought them home and I went to the store. I bought the second cage. A friend of mine, not a store. I went to a friend of mine's house, bought the second cage, brought it home and separated them. Built the hutch, put the cages in the hutch, and God damn it, she had already gotten pregnant. It was less than 24 hours. Bringing them home, she had already gotten pregnant. And that was the first crop of bunnies that I was not expecting, and those bunnies did not make it. Because I think she was too young to make them, but I was also not expecting that many. I wasn't expecting that early crop. But anyway, that's why. That's why my understanding from the research I did. That's why we have chicken and not rabbits. because chicken made more food while you were waiting for it to become food, and it wasn't so prolific in its breeding that it made itself cheap and obsolete. Because pretty much anybody can make rabbits. It takes a little bit more effort to make chickens, from what I understand. I've never done chickens, but my understanding is it takes a little bit more effort to make chickens than it does to make rabbits. Because rabbits can make rabbits, a lot of rabbits, frequently, all throughout the year, and they make bunches of them. But chickens don't make quite so many chickens. That's my understanding. Uh, you can correct me. I'm down to be corrected. Absolutely, uh, since you actually do it professionally. Um, the Nightbot actually does some other stuff. Like I think I can do. I've got so much stuff programmed in Nightbot that I don't even remember what it is. Cheers, I think, is one of the Nightbot things, and Toast is a Nightbot thing. Maybe, maybe I don't have those activated anymore. I can't remember. Um, Silky long-haired fainting goats. Oh, that's so adorable. Silky long-haired fainting goats. Those are the ones you run out and go rah, and they faint, right? Turn off all the policing it does, then the banners. So Nightbot, it's a third party website, whatever. You just go in, you create an account, and it's like a list of commands. You tell it the commands you want it to do. Um, I have others. Toast. Um, I have other. I need to refresh what I have on because there was a period I just didn't do it. The hell, I haven't done Nightbot stuff in a long time. I haven't reviewed my account, but um there's other Nightbot. There's a bunch of Nightbot. It's a very versatile tool. Uh, and Nightbot, you tell YouTube that Nightbot is a mod, and then Nightbot will post shit to your stream every 5 minutes or something like that. And I'll be goddamned. The goddamn bacon has just joined chat. If it's flat, there's no planets either. There are no planets. Yeah, the Earth's not flat. So, yeah, it's not. Um, oh, it's flat because it's yeah. Dun dun. Ah, I like contemplating. I like contemplating things too. David Bays is in the house. Cheers, David Bays. Welcome to the party. By the way, I'm going for 14 hours tonight. The stream's not going to be 14. I'm going for 14 hours of watch time tonight. So periodically, I'm going to switch my screen on my computer, and I'm going to multiply the average 11.5 is the average view time times the number of viewers, 25 viewers. Divide that by 60 minutes, and I am sitting on almost 5 hours of watch time tonight. So I'm going to go tonight until I can get to 14 hours. Because when I hit 14 hours, I'll have 1,900 watch hours on my account, and I need 4,000. I want to have 2,100 by the end of the month, but we'll see. We do the colony raised rabbits. Oh, neat. So you just like let them live? Like, I mean, like just just roaming around in the backyard or whatever, as opposed to in the kennels and cages. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed when I had my babies. I would just like let them play in the backyard, and it was adorable to watch them play. But we also have hawks that kind of fly around, so it was fun watching them play. Just sitting out there, I loved sitting out there on my back patio in my chair, watching the buns just like herd across the yard and then herd back across the other side of the yard. It was, and then they just stretch out and lay down in the grass, rub their belly in the grass and stretch out. They put their big old feet in the back and their little stubby legs in the front. They just and lay their ears back down and just look around and enjoy themselves. And they get up and jump and kick their legs out and run across the yard. And the other three would jump up and run across. They were I loved them. And they tasted great. But they're super duper adorable. I loved those little baby buns. They were so cute. And now we have guinea pigs, but they don't like to play as much as the buns did. Our lumps, our lady lumps, versus our buns. Um, Good to catch. It is good to catch David here. I'm glad to see him. And yes, rabbit fertilizer was the fucking best. We would take 5 pounds or 5 gallon tubs of that stuff. I had old uh, recycle bins that we would put under their cages to catch their poop. And I would spread that out in the garden. Man, that was the best fertilizer every year. We pull up all the crops from the garden, lay out the bunny poo, till that stuff into the soil, turn it all over, get it nice, a nice thick layer of that underneath the topsoil. Oh, that was so good. Every time we planted a tree, um, I'd dig out the hole for the tree, put in a layer of rabbit shit, and then drop the tree down, fill it up with dirt, and dump gallons of water on that tree. And oh yeah, it was nectar, absolute. Now I want to get rabbits again. I don't want these stupid guinea pigs. I want rabbits. Um, Peace and whiskey. High tunnel greenhouses. Oh, okay, I get it. I see what you're talking about. Um, Dexter cow. The hell's a Dexter cow? Is that the kind of cow that kills people and dumps it off the coast in Florida? Dexter cow is pending. I was wondering what my wife would have done if I had brought a cow into our backyard or a goat. um, no plant meat. Yeah, plants don't make meat. Beans are good. Yeah, so what we had was green beans usually. The green beans were prolific. There's a few things that are prolific here in Houston. Okra, green beans, pomegranates are prolific in Houston. Um, I planted a Three Sisters garden with corn and squash and green pole beans. Uh, Loofah is prolific in Houston. I mean, that shit grow. We had three vines that were 60 feet long. 60 feet of loofah vine. And for those of you who don't know, loofah are they look like a cucumber. When you cut them green, you can fry them and eat them. But if you let them dry on the vine, you get the meat on the inside of the cucumber-looking fruit turns into a gray spongy material, and that is where loofah sponges come from. Loofahs that you use in the shower come from a plant that looks like a cucumber. A big cucumber. I mean, it's like this big. It's big, big fucking cucumber. And it grows in Southeast Asia indigenously, but here in the Houston climate, it is prolific. And if you grow a loofah vine and you cut the loofah open and you accidentally drop seeds, that sumbitch is going to grow more loofah vines. It makes for great, it grows a really thick vine with really big leaves. The leaves are like this big, like as big as a fig leaf. They're easily this big. And they're kind of pointy at the top. They're like this. They're huge. But they're great if you want to cover your trellis. If you make a trellis and you want to cover the side with a natural sunblock, or if you have a one of those pergola things and you want to give it a natural roof covering because they have such big leaves, they cover it up, and they grow 2-3 feet a day. They're just insane. Um, they're great. They're great vines for coverage of stuff because they grow really thick and really long. That's what she said. Rabbits don't have enough fat. That is true. Rabbits don't have enough fat. When you cook a rabbit, you have to cook it in fat, cook it in oil, cook it in grease, in order to feed it that uh, uh, binding flavor. Chicken has more fat than rabbit. Rabbit, if you don't cook it in, Native Americans starve trying to survive, right? Because there's not enough fat. The meat is so lean that when you eat it, you're just getting protein. You're not getting any of the fat. So your body still burns fat, and you consume the protein, so you can get leaner and leaner and leaner. Um, and I have eaten the roosters. I've made coq au vin. One of the cool things when you harvest a rooster is you realize that male chickens like the same thing that male humans like, big old boobies. Because male roosters, they have really thin breast meat, but female chickens, they got big old bitties. They got fucking breast meat for days. Um, um, oh, separate the boys and the girls. I got you. Okay. Separate the boys and the girls in cages in the ground. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. So the boys are over here and the girls are over there. Gotcha. Um, they can burrow in the ground and keep themselves warm. Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, I had like a coop, a rabbitat, as I called it, but it was kind of a coop for my rabbits. It had a roof that extended out like this, and the cage was over here underneath the roof, so the water would drip to the back behind the cage. They were up here protected. And when it got cold, I just put hay around the cages and dropped a tarp in the front to keep the heat in. Uh, but it was never really cold enough in Houston for us to worry about them freezing to death. Although my doe did give birth to a litter of bunnies on the absolute fucking coldest night of the year, and they all froze to death. So, because rabbits are terrible parents, they're terrible, terrible mothers. Um, but if I had to do it again, I think I would probably on do it on the ground and give them a chance to live in the grass. It was just I didn't really have enough space in that particular area. Although one of my rabbits did get out of her cage. I think it was the boy. It was Roger. He got out of his cage and spent the night in the garden and turned most of my plants into green stalks and poop. Yeah, he ate. He mowed everything down to about this high. Just ate everything. All the leaves, the stalks that were still standing, all the leaves were gone. Most of the stalks were down to about that high. He fucking devoured by himself, devoured that entire fucking garden. I could have, if he wasn't the breeding buck, I'd have fucking killed him. I'd have wrung his goddamn neck that day when I saw him the next morning. You son of a. Oh, he pissed me off. Oh, he pissed me off. But then he made me like 6 more rabbits the next night, so it was fine. That fucking rabbit. Oh. I did see. I mean, I had all kinds of like. I have several of these books over here. You can't see them in the resolution that we have, but several of these books over here are like backyard gardening, suburban homestead. What would it take to turn your useless, stupid St. Augustine backyard into something useful and productive? How much space do you need to make enough grains to have pancakes for a year? How much space do you need to own a goat? And it turns out, if you don't give a shit about your neighbors, if you don't give a shit about your front yard, on a typical tenth of an acre, which is, you know, 40,000 square feet is an acre. Your typical yard is 4,000 square feet, give or take. On a tenth of an acre, you don't have enough space to do that stuff. You need like a half acre for a goat or a cow. I think a cow needs a half acre to graze, a goat a little bit less. So that's your milk. If you're going to go with meat, you need much more land. But if you're going to go with meat, you go with chickens or rabbits. If you want grain, oatmeal, oats, or grain for pancakes or something like that, you need, I don't remember what it was, like 300 something square feet, something like that. I mean, it's remarkably unrealistic in a suburban setting. Simply because you basically have to turn your entire yard into a small farm, including the front yard, into a small farm. And you've got work, you've got a job, you've got a life to live, you've got things you need to do. You're not going to sit there and tend your fucking garden all the time. It's but also at the same time, it's a fun thought experiment. Like, what would I need to do? What would and for me, dabbling around in the prepper world back when I was in my late 20s and early 30s, I wasn't ever a prepper. I wasn't going to build an underground bunker and hoard ammunition and 5-gallon buckets of food and all that other stupid nonsensical bullshit that preppers do. Bravo to you if you're a prepper, whatever, fine, do your thing. But the idea was, what would it take, right? And it would take 2 years, like reasonably thinking. It would take 2 years to expand your garden out to the point where A, you're good at doing it, and B, you have enough food to actually feed yourself for an entire year before your next harvest. So those two things, 2 years, which means you need at least 2 years of food to live off of, stored up. And then that only is true if nothing bad happens in the intervening 2 years. Because one of the lessons we learned when we made blackberries and figs and pomegranates and apples and all the other fruits that we did, strawberries, is that you don't need to just make enough food for you. You need to make enough food to share with the birds and squirrels. Because the birds and squirrels are going to take your blackberries and spread them all over the neighborhood. We had 3 neighbors come over to us with blackberries, thanking us for their blackberries and offering us some of their harvest because they knew we had blackberries and our blackberries had spread to their yard because of bird poop. So you need to not just make enough for yourself, but make enough to share, because the wildlife is going to 100% share in the spoils of your effort, because that's what they do. And the more you make, the more you can share, and the more you share, the more chance you have to get extra proteins into your diet, because the possums and the squirrels and the raccoons and the birds and everybody else is going to come and want to check out your garden because you got all the food. So you can just sit out there in the back with your shotgun and wait, or your 22 rifle, and just sit there and wait. And when the possums come, you got possums just like that. You got stew, possum stew. You got a little raccoon stew. You get a little bird. Some birds are better to eat than others. Grackles are terrible. The doves are good. You get plenty of those. They'll come and eat all your food. Yeah. So, I also got to thinking, like, if shit were to hit the fan, I mean, I'm basically gonna have to tear down the fence, tear down my neighbor's house, tear down the house because you don't want people squatting in that property. Use their lawn to expand my garden so that, I'd have more space to grow food. So I'm like burning down 3 neighbors. This is you start going down this road, right? You start like really thinking about this. Like if you want to really get into the prepper mentality, it's not like, yeah, we're like everything's just being normal. I'm gonna have my garage full of buckets of food and we have all of my ammo and I'm just gonna sit in my house and we're gonna go to work and everything's gonna be normal and the world's gonna go to shit and I have my gold and blah 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 blah. No, that's not how it's gonna fucking work. Like you're gonna burn down your neighbor's house. You're going to burn down your other neighbor's house. You're going to burn down your other neighbor's house. And you're going to tear down the fence and you're going to put up a barrier of abandoned cars and trucks to stop people from coming into your compound, right? And if you do it right, you're going to get like shipping containers or something like that. You're going to bring them in and you're going to drop a perimeter around your space using your fence line, your neighbor's fence line. You're going to burn down their house so that you can use, you want that open space. You don't want these nooks and crannies and blind corners where people can hide. You don't want people squatting in these houses. You need your space. This is a fucking apocalypse. Besides, they're dead. Who cares? Right? They're not going to be upset. So you burn down the houses and you literally just take over the soil and you start planting your fields, your gardens. And you know, if you're being completely honest with yourself, you're talking about burning down 10 houses, give or take, to give yourself an acre's worth of land, and probably 40 houses to give yourself a full 4 acres worth of land, 5 acres worth of land, 50 houses. You need 50 houses burned down so that you can use that property. And you know, the slabs are going to be there, so it's not going to be great, but you're still going to want to use, you're going to loot the houses, take as much food as you can, take as much resources as you can, burn the houses down because you don't want that empty space, that unused space for people to squat and people to be uh, potential harm to you and your family. And then you're going to take over the lawns. You're going to plant your gardens, plant your fields, um, and expand out. I mean, this is the reality of a post-apocalyptic prepper society. They don't think about this. They think it's just gonna be like life normal goes on. You've got all of your food stockpiled in your pantry, and you're gonna, live for 12 years off of the 5-gallon bucket of food that you got from uh, uh, Glenn Beck's fucking advertisers or whatever shit that you do. That's not how it's gonna be. You're Life's gonna suck. Life's gonna suck a lot. Um, my ice is melting. I need to get this in my glass. Oof. Leaned over here, my elbow went in a pile of water because my ice was melting. It's melting. We don't want that to happen. I'll take the water though. That's fine. It's gonna go into the whiskey eventually anyway. All right, time to pour a fresh glass. Is it midnight yet? It's a little after midnight. That's fine. Yeah, but that's the reality they don't look at. Like if you take this out to its logical conclusion, you are, like you are the survivor, 1 in 10 survivors. And you're going to have to fight for some of that property that you need to reclaim from your stupid neighbors who did survive and aren't going to survive for another 6 months. And, just, you got to be real about this. Like, guys, y'all are going to survive. I love you and all as neighbors and stuff, but I'm not going to waste my energy. You're over 50. Why am I going to fight to have you survive? You're not even a breeding couple. Like, no, no, no. We respect your elders and all that shit, but man, unless you can shoot, you got to set up new rules for a new society. And this new society, you know, we're in a post-apocalyptic landscape. We've got to. Am I going to spend all the resources to make sure that I have a functioning wheelchairs? I mean, no. We gotta farm the now. Unless you got one of those electronic electric wheelchairs that'll run with the big tires, and we can drop a plow behind that motherfucker, and you can run right through the grass and plow that grass, and we can have fields of grain. Now that's something. We need grain and we need corn. Can you do that with your wheelchair? Let's go. Chop chop. Hook that wheelchair up to a couple of cows or a couple of horses. You're the one. You got the plow behind you. You're running the horses in your wheelchair. I'm saying, in a post-apocalyptic world, where you need that kind of preparation with all the food stored up and all that shit, and you got to have your own garden and you got to have your own meat and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a brutal world. It is a brutal world. It is not what you're not going to school. We're not going to school. We're not going to work. We're not going to doing all that shit. This is the Walking Dead level apocalypse. What was I saying? Oh, one thing that you need to remember though, and when you're in that level of apocalypse, like shit happens. Like hail and bad storms and trees fall and you lose your entire crop and you're fucked for a year. What are you gonna do? You know what you gonna do? That was part of the thesis of Castaway when Tom Hanks was sitting there. Like he's like, I've got to get off this island. I've got to get out. Yeah, and he's talking to himself like, you've got to get off this island. You've got to do it. You're just gonna get sick. You're gonna get an infection. You're gonna die. You're gonna exactly. You got to get off the island. At some point, you've got to get off the island. That's just how it goes. Um, Colony separate boys, separate girls, ground sense, big gauges, healthier than we think. Miniature, 4 acres. Ever hear of Kevin Stock? That's the original he did quite a while, but he was uncovered that the rabbit diet showed it wasn't necessarily the case. Interesting. I think I still have rabbit meat in my freezer. Thanks. Got chickens and goats too in the community, so worry is the enemy. Oh yeah, and community. So worry is the enemy. That is right. Worry is indeed the fucking enemy. I like that. Worry is the enemy. I like that line. Worry is the enemy. 2 flats in 3 days, and community helped us get fixed up. Oh, 2 flat tires. Gotcha. Yeah. Excellent. Community is what it's all about. You gotta have the people around you. There's the whole rugged individualism, nonsensical bullshit, but the reality is rugged individualism just means you die alone. That's it. I just ask Chris McCandless. Oh wait, we can't ask Chris McCandless because he died alone in the wilderness in Alaska because he's a fucking selfish idiot. Wild birds eat a ton of our chicken feed. I bet they do. Slingshots lost all pow pows in the house fire. Oh really? Huh. Fascinating. Gardening to attract real food. Gardening to attract real food. I'll tell you this, I hadn't had a blackberry until I grew one in my backyard. That's a fact. I grew blackberry bushes on spec. I was like, I understand that these taste good. And I loved the idea. I really loved the idea of going outside to pick candy. You know, because we literally had candy growing in our backyard. And if I wanted to go have a snack, I could literally go out with a bowl and pick blackberries in the summertime. I could go out and pick blackberries, a bowl of blackberries, and bring them inside, rinse them off, and sit down and munch on blackberries that I just grew in my own backyard. And if I wanted to be really fancy about it, I could take some powdered sugar, put them in a Tupperware, and shake them up. And then I have blackberries coated in powdered sugar if I wanted to be really fancy. I never did that, but I could have. That was just awesome. I miss having blackberries. I haven't had time in our new house to grow anything like that. My wife keeps bugging me about we should plant a garden, which means I should go out there and dig up my fucking yard and plant a fucking garden because she's not going to do it. Make sure I don't get in trouble. I just don't have time to do that shit. But I would love to do that too. Have a smokehouse and a root cellar. But here in Texas, you don't get root cellars. You don't get root cellars. You have a root attic maybe, but you don't get a root cellar. Smokehouse we could do. Definitely do a smokehouse. Open well and solar powered pump. Cool. That's it. 2019. Just in time. Just in time. Just in time. It's going to hurt your social credit score. Burning all the... Well, see, that's just the thing. Like, everybody's dead, so who gives a shit? You know? Fucking burn them the fuck down. Yeah, there's... Okay, so here's the... When it comes to... putting carbon into the atmosphere, everybody... The more people there is, the more carbon there. Like, the only way you solve this problem is not just carbon neutral, but carbon negative. We've got to actually take carbon out of the air, because no matter how little carbon we put into the air, the more people we have, the more carbon we put into the air. We've got to get to a point where we put less and less and less and less, to the point where there's negative, where we're actually pulling carbon out of the sky, right? And I know people who are solving these problems, like literally carbon capture paint. But yeah, if you cut the population by 60%, you've solved global warming. You've solved the climate change problem if you cut the population by 60%. I mean, pandemics are great for that. Except people, it's an unpopular solution. Wars are really good for cutting carbon emissions, because like global wars that like kill like World War II, great for cutting carbon emissions. Bad for like society in general, but great for cutting carbon emissions. Like the more people we have, the worse it is. And yeah, we have to find a better solution. And fusion might be that solution. If one fusion plant can put 1,000 coal plants out of business, and 500 gas plants out of commission, that'd be cool. I'd be down for fusion. Let's do it. Put a sun in Iowa. Put a sun in Oklahoma. That'd be cool. Sent you something for Christmas. Check your messages on Insta. Oh, that's adorable. Welcome back, Sunflowers. You missed everything. Just absolutely everything. I think that was kind of part of the thesis or part of the plot in I Am Legend, the book, where the dude was going around and just burning. He was finding the vampires and burning their houses and killing them and taking the bodies and throwing them in the pit. And he was going house by house by house and burning the houses down. That was part of the thesis, or part of the plot, rather. I keep saying thesis. Part of the plot. Nightbot. What are my Nightbot commands? How do I know my Nightbot commands? Commands. Nightbot. Here we go. Log in. With YouTube. I wonder if I can log in with YouTube. Will it let me log in with YouTube? Oh, it will. Okay. So I can find all my Nightbot commands. Let's see. Allow. I assume I'm already logged in on YouTube, or I already have an account through YouTube with Nightbot. Let's see, what is this? Chat stats. That's great. Users. That's not what I need to see. What am I looking for? Channel regulars, auto, blacklist, words and phrases, subscribe. Okay, those are the things that come up on timer. That's Discord. Oops. What the fuck just happened? Okay, I've got a list of Nightbot commands. What are they? Dashboard, past channel, recent events coming soon, timeout, custom commands. There we go. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. That's what it is. Cheers. Oops. Exclamation point. Cheers. There's that. Exclamation point. Toast. There's that. There's this. Exclamation point. Jeez, Glenn. What else did I do? This one. Joe's Humor. I think that's one. Then Moosey Glitter. That one. Then Shop. Oh, back when Squid. Oh, and of course, Where My Cat. There. Those are the commands that I know of. Might be some others. And they might not have all gone through properly. So I might have just spammed it. Anyway. But see, that's just the thing. I don't think there'd be any, proper apocalypse. There's no neighbors. Proper apocalypse, most of those people died anyway. So, who gives a shit? It's just the houses. Merry Christmas. Thanks and all. I'm going fishing. Cheers, Tiny Nuggets. JLM is in the house. What's up, my man? JLM's in the house. What's up? You're the guy storing up for winter, then the house burned down. You can't be storing nuts anymore, but we will build community. You see, and that's what gets you through a real apocalypse. Like, not this imaginary bullshit fucking Walking Dead apocalypse. A real apocalypse that we're likely to face, your community gets you through. What got us through 2020? The community that we built. The YouTube folks, the forums that we did, the panel shows that we participated in, just getting a chance to talk to people, the therapy that we were going through. Like, you've been locked in your fucking house all day. You get on the YouTubes with 6 other people and you get to talk about it. That's what got you through. That's what got us through 2020. And there's a whole bunch of people that didn't have that, and they went cuckoo bird crazy. But what gets you through all this shit, the storing nuts and all this stuff is fine. You store up for a rainy day, but what really gets you through all this shit is the community that helps you make button soup. That's what gets you through this shit. That's what gets you through this stuff. And when you realize what matters, what matters most, the best currency you have to get you through this shit, it's not rugged individualism. It's not being the biggest dick on the block. It's not having the biggest guns or the most bullets or whatever that shit. That's not what will make you survive. It's having the best, the deepest, the broadest community network. Because ultimately, if you're no matter how strong you are by yourself, a virus can take you down. A microscopic strand of RNA, DNA in a capsule will take you down and kill you. But if you have people around you, no matter how bad it gets, how bad your malaria is, your yellow fever, your COVID, whatever it is, you got people around you, you have a better chance of surviving than if you have to struggle through all this shit by yourself. And that is the ultimate key to everything. We think we can be these rugged fucking individualists who, be libertarian, blah blah blah. What? No, fucking when it all boils down to it, at the very end of the day, when the strongest networks, the socialists. And that's not advocating for socialism. That's an advocating for getting to know your neighbors and getting to being willing to share a cup of sugar and making sure that your neighbor has milk and making sure that everybody is taken care of. Ultimately, that's how you get through the apocalypse. You don't fucking get through the apocalypse by giving everybody the finger and saying fuck off. You get through the apocalypse by saying, you know, let's fuck together. You don't send them away to fuck off. You bring them in to fuck together. That's how you get through the apocalypse. You do it all together. Um, and you know the real rule of capitalism isn't that we're the best at everything we do. It's that we're really good at one thing, and we band together with other people that are really good at one thing, and then together we're all really good at one thing together, and together we're stronger because we're all really good at one different thing, and we can band together and be experts in our various fields, as opposed to being, you know, rugged individualists who are mediocre at everything or bad at most things. That's, you know, that's the ultimate lesson of freedom and individualism. It is legal to bait deer. Ooh. That's funny as hell. Of the idea that, you know, I mean, yeah, we do it here in Texas too. We fucking drop feeders out there in the field. I misspelled toasts. T oops. TOAST. I misspelled toast. How the fuck do you misspell toast? Idiot. Um and you don't grow the blueberry. I don't no, I don't grow blueberries. We did plant blueberries, but I don't grow them. They did not grow. We planted them, they didn't grow very well, and I uh let them die. Uh, but there is a blueberry field around here where you can go pick blueberries and get pounds of blueberries. It's like $6. You go and have the blueberry picking experience, and you pay $6 to get in, and you know you pay for the amount of blueberries that you picked. You pay them to pick fresh blueberries, and then you pay for the blueberries you picked. You don't pay for the ones you eat though. So there's that. Um, it's not all bullshit. Uh, because I guess, how do we explain this? Coal and gas are trapped carbon that have been trapped for billions of years. Millions? Billion. But definitely millions. And then when we release that carbon from trees and coal and gas, we're releasing it into the air where it wasn't before. So we're adding prodigious amounts of CO2 to the air. We are made of carbon dioxide. We are made of carbon specifically, not carbon dioxide. We are made of carbon specifically. But when you take it all that's been sequestered and trapped and put it all back out there, it does shit. It's not bullshit. It's real. It's real. It's measurable. It's identifiable. And there's something we can do about it. But the thing we can do about it is not just saying, oh, it's bullshit. No, it's not bullshit. It's real. I promise. It's real. It has real effects. But, you know, the big question is it, the big question is, do the effects, are the remedies outweighed by the treatments of the effect? And in the long term, yes, the remedy definitely is better than the treatments. But in the short term, yeah, we're gonna have to treat a lot of stuff. Or like we're gonna have to relocate entire communities of people off of islands because they're disappearing. We're going to have to relocate entire cities off the coast. Like that's the short term treatment. But in the long term, we need to stop the rise of the seas to, you know, engulf the cities on the coast, like Miami, possibly even Houston, Tampa, most of the peninsula of Florida. And that's just here in the States. Corpus Christi is another one. Cancun, most of the Yucatan Peninsula. I mean, anyway. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit. It's definitely real. Sorry. Nukes aren't real. Earth is flat. What the fuck is an NUC? Nuke? What? I don't even know what that is. I've got the whiskey. It is a barterable skill. So cheers gives you cheers, everyone. Have a drink. Geez, Glenn says, shut up already, Glenn. Who wants to fucking talk to you, Glenn? Glenn's a dick. Joe's humor. Oh my freaking god. Dad jokes galore. Moosey Glitter. I think that was inspired by Moose Gal, a former regular. Shop Squid. What is that? Let me see if I can do that better. Shops. SHOPSQID. Shop Squid. And then where's my cat? Yeah, I'm gonna have to program Arby's. That's a good one. Arby's. Remind me to program Arby's later. Arby's. I'm gonna write that down now. Arby's. I'll have several that I can program for Arby's. Like all the catchphrases that I can think of. That's a good one. That's a real good one. Arby's. We have the meats. Serving humans meat since serving people meat since 1973. Because your hunger is stronger than your memory. Arby's. We know why you're here. You're not proud. You're not proud. We know why you're fucking here, you piece of shit. Eat our fucking beef. Arby's, put our meat in your mouth. Arby's, squirt our sauce down your throat. I will absolutely do that. I will absolutely check Instagram later. May your beautiful ew. Is that the toast? May your beautiful lips never blister? I got other toasts. I'm sure. Toast. TOAST. Thing about individualism is make your beautiful lips never blister. That's weird. That's creepy. Ugh. I'm gonna fix that. Thing about individualism is that they're supposed to form or already be in a group and bring a skill or other value, which we're referring to as the lone wolf. Folks, yeah, see, that's how individualism is a contradiction. If you're an individualist and you're in a group, you're literally in a collective. That's not an individualist. That's a collective. An individualist is the lone wolf. Those are the same thing. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But when you're in a collective and you bring a skill to the collective, this is, exactly what collectives do. What you're referring to is I'm thinking folks who we say, right, just I'll clear that up for science is a scam, scare tactic. Science is a scam, okay. Shop squid. Where's my cat? Oh, Lisa stole your cat. What is shop squid? What was that one? Shop toast subscribe squid. Oh, those are two different ones. Shop Squid. There we go. See what those two are. Oh, no, you didn't. I'm not following Elon Musk to. No, I'm not going to Mars either. Not with Elon Musk's death squad. No, I'm not interested. So Lisa stole your cat. Where's my cat? Lisa stole your cat. The Moosey Glitter did. Yeah, there you go. Moosey Glitter. That works. Cool. See, y'all can do any of these commands. Can I do? What if I just did this? Oops. Command. Does that tell you all the commands? You should really do one like, where's the bacon? Oh. Bacon. Yeah, I should do a bacon one. More Nightbot stuff. Bacon. Arby's 5 for 5. Yeah. See, there's a way, like with toast, you can do multiple different. There's a way to do multiple different ones. So I could do like, you go exclamation point Arby's, and every time you do it, a random phrase from a list of phrases, like it'll pick one from a list of phrases that I put in for Arby's. So you go Arby's, and it'd be 5 roast beefs for $5, or 5 roast beefs for inexplicably low rate. Trust us, it's beef, or whatever. Arby's, trust us, it's beef. That's a good one. See, like here, toast. May the road rise to meet your feet, and the wind always be at your back. And then sunflowers. To absent friends. Oh, I'll raise a glass to that. To absent friends and to ourselves, as no one is likely to concern themselves with our welfare. Cheers to all you fine folks. To absent friends and to ourselves, as no one is likely to concern themselves with our well-being. I like that one. That's a good one. I'm happy with that one. You're going with bacon. Okay. Shop. Go check out the Old Humble shop at oldhumbledistilling.com, which is not currently active, but it will be soon. Squid. What was squid? Squids are only useful as snacks. There you go. I need a Nightbot command for bacon. Or I need several commands for bacon. The bot commands for this channel are available. Oh, there you go. So commands. The bot commands are available there. I'm gonna and that's what I pulled up on my phone. Oh, gives a 404 command. That's funny. All right. Yeah, that's a dud. The link is a dud. I didn't make the link. That's a Nightbot link. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Mistakes were made. That is a great one. Arby's. Face it, mistakes were made. Just have a fucking sandwich and quit asking questions. Mistakes were made. Fucking eat, you dickhead. Goodness. Oh, Christ almighty. Face it, mistakes were made. Oh, Lord. 34 times 14.75. We're sitting at 8.35 hours. I need 14 hours. 14. I need 6 more hours of this shit. Let's have another toast. See what the next one is. Exclamation point. Toast. And when it comes up, y'all got to drink. You don't just fucking read it. You got to raise your glass and you got to drink. Oh, the road rise to meet your feet. All right. The road rise to meet your feet, and the wind always be at your back. Let's have another. Toast. Whoops. Toast. The absent friends and to ourselves, as no one is likely to concern themselves with our welfare. Yeah, okay, one more. Come on. I did it twice. Do I only have like 3 programmed in there? I thought I had more. Maybe there's a damper on it, like you can't like spam the command. May your beautiful lips never blister. I mean, that is a straight up herpes reference. Ugh. No blue food. No blue food. I saw that. I just kind of, I read it in my head, but I didn't read it out loud. No blue food. That's probably not a bad idea. Do another one. No blue food. Something. No blue food. That's not a bad idea, to be quite honest. May your beautiful lips. I'm gonna have to get that. Is that makes me that fucking creeps me out. May your beautiful lips never blister. Ugh. That's no, no, that no, that no, that's yeah, no. I saw Ike's stream the other night. See, I don't get to go hang out in people's streams like I used to. I was working today and I was hanging out on Raptor's gaming stream and watched. He did a Moonshiners Inc. Uh, and Oregon Trail. I watched both of those streams, or I listened to them in the background while I was doing work. Um, that's usually how I consume my streams. And y'all don't usually stream during the day. Y'all have like jobs. Y'all are professional human beings that don't stream during the day. Meanwhile, Raptor's a professional streamer who streams during the day. That's what he does. So I'm here working, and I have this thing droning in the background. For those of you who don't know, Raptor is a gamer who just passed 1 million subscribers earlier this year. I want to say in the summer. He has 1 million subscriber special. And he hit his 1 millionth subscriber while he was live streaming, which was fucking awesome. I mean, that is a big dick move when you're just like, I'm close to 1 million. We're gonna have our 1 million subscriber special. And while we're having our 1 million subscriber special, we're gonna hit 1 million subscribers. That's a big dick move. I like that dude. He's a Missouri guy. He's a pretty cool guy. Pretty cool guy. As far as streamers go. Because most of you YouTubers are a piece of crap. When am I gonna fight the kangaroo? I've made several calls to the Humble Civic Center. Our schedules are not compatible apparently because every time they call me back, I'm not available, and every time I call them, they're not around. So we've played phone tag several times. We played phone tag several times, and I am on the verge of cornering them to actually get a phone call from them or a phone call to them. And when I do it, I'm going to record it. Every time I've made the phone call, I've recorded it. And every time I've made the phone call, it's been, it just hasn't worked. So I've got a lot of footage, but no resolution yet. And I'm hoping to be able to book the venue by the end of January. I want to get this done early. I don't want to put this off. If the Civic Center says no, then I will do it at the distillery. But it'll be a less big event at the distillery. I mean, we're not going to be able to. Maybe it'll be a bigger event. I don't know. But I think we can have more people at the Civic Center than we can at the distillery, just because the space is bigger. The space is bigger at the Civic Center, so I think we can actually have more people. And they've got a bar. Oh, I've got a bar, but they've got like just infrastructure. It's a whole fucking thing. They have wrestling matches. They have midget wrestling and cage matches and all the stuff. It's a big facility. And they do the rodeo at the Civic Center. They have the arena outside. It's a big fucking facility. So I'm hoping to have this resolved by the end of this month. It's going to be tough getting it by the end of this week, but I'm hoping to have it resolved by the end of the month. We'll see. Working it. I'm working it. I have part of my job is promoting the brand, and part of the brand is the YouTube channel, and part of the YouTube channel is following through on this stupid plan of fighting a fucking kangaroo because they are assholes and they deserve it. Kangaroos deserve to be in a fight with human beings. But at the very least, we can turn it into a thing. Interspecies Boxing Federation, ISBF. You can turn it into a thing. If anybody can turn it into a thing, it's me. I'm the guy. I'm the guy who will turn this into a thing. God damn right. I'm Heisenberg. It's 1 o'clock. It is 1 o'clock. I am calling it in 1 hour. We are wrapping this up at 2 a.m. in the morning. You understand me? 2 a.m. We are wrapping this up. As much as I would like to keep this going, we got to wrap this up. And according to my math, we are right at 9 hours. 9 hours. I would need 14 hours, people. I need 14 hours. 14. So if you have a computer and a phone, turn your computer on one on one account, your phone on another account. I'm curious how many alternate accounts you folks have on your YouTube. So I have 4 YouTube accounts. I have the Old Humble Distilling Company. I have my personal account. Then I have my family account that I use for my kids to watch YouTube on the TV. And then I have this organization that I made as an associated organization to the distillery, kind of a drinking club, pre-distillery days before I started the distillery. And it's kind of, not really a thing. 3 of those have 0 subscribers, but the important one, the distillery one, the one I use all the time, that's this one. I hardly ever use my personal account. So I'm curious how many alternate accounts you find folks have. Drop it there in chat. I am curious. I need to have the sound on. Do I not have the sound on? Hello? My sound is on? What the fuck are you talking about? Margaritas. You mean margaritas with Chardonnay is what it is. Margaritas. Don't get me fucking started. Oh, Jesus. When watching others' videos to count for I heard some, what? When watching others' videos to count for hours. I don't know what you're talking about, sunflowers. Um, I do know that if you watch, like, YouTube won't let you, I don't think, at least, YouTube will let you just watch the video again and again and again and again on repeat. Uh, I don't think they let you do that. That they IP addresses have to be new, or there has to be space between the video watching the first time and the second time. I don't know what all the rules are. I don't know. I don't know the details. I don't know the rules. I'm not worried. I am super duper excited that the last video I posted got over 100 views. The last video I posted, the one with smoke, we're up to 141 views on that. That's the first non-short video that I've posted that has had over 100 views. I'm super duper excited about that. That's a big fucking deal. That's channel growth there, baby. That 140 something views is like 5 hours of watch time. Because that's like 300, at least, because they watch for at least 2 minutes. It's a 4-minute video. They watch half of it. I get 2 minutes times 140. That's 300 hours, or 300 minutes. 300 divided by 60 is 5 hours. That's 5 hours of watch time. That's fucking awesome. Which means is watching the videos with the sound on to gain your watch hours. Huh. I've always, well, to be completely honest, I don't know if I've ever read anything that said specifically you can't just watch your video over and over and over again. I've never tried it. It's not a bad idea. I mean, I can look at the analytics myself, and if I watch my video, be like, I post it, and then go to an alt and watch it to see if I get a view out of it. But how do I know it's my view and not? I guess I could just watch it like 2, 3, 4, 5 times and see if the views goes up every time I watch it. Hmm. I mean, hmm. No plants on pizza. Yeah, fucking accurate. Just simple pizza. Just simple pizza. That's it. Just, I mean, if I'm gonna do it, I want to do it simple because everybody's drunk, right? Pizza. Just simple pizza. That's what we'll do. Simple pizza. I have a couple of different commands, pizza, and it pops up. Like, you better not have fucking vegetables on my goddamn pizza, or hashtag exclamation point pizza, and it comes up like, yep, let's all have some pizza. You have one that's relatively aggressive and the one that's relatively not aggressive. Did I do a bacon one? I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna work on Nightbot. We're gonna have fresh Nightbot commands for the for the new year. We'll have fresh night. We might even have fresh Nightbot commands for New Year's Eve. Because New Year's Eve we will be launching off 1,400 aerial fireworks. 1,400. It was going to be 1,000. But then we went and got 200 more subscribers. So then it was going to be 1,200. So now we're on the precipice of 1,400 subscribers. So by New Year's, I plan to be launching 1,400 rockets into the air. How about some whiskey commands? I should have some whiskey commands. Well, that's what the toasts are supposed to be about. Toast. Toast. What is this toast? I gotta have more than 3 fucking toasts. The fucking herpes toast. No one is likely to concern themselves with our welfare. May you live for as long as you want and never want. That's a great fucking toast. Ladies and gentlemen, abso-fucking-lutely. May you live for as long as you want and never want for as long as you may live. Cheers to you and yours. Be kind to each other. Live for as long as you want and never want for as long as you live. God, that is fucking poetry right there. I think you should live stream in 2023. Absolutely. You should exercise good judgment in who you let onto your live streams. But I absolutely think you should live stream in 2023. There's nothing stopping you. Absolutely nothing stopping you. May you live for as long as you want and never want for as long as you live. God, that gets you right there. Right there. Never want for as long as you live. That's a goddamn. Yeah, that's a good one. That brings a little tear to your eye right there. Just to think of those that have gone before you and ponder whether they live for as long as they want and whether they want it for as long as they live. And yeah, good stuff. The first draught a man drinks is for thirst. The second is for nourishment. The third is for pleasure, and the fourth is for madness. I like that one too. I'm gonna write that down. That's a good one. The first shot a man drinks. Shot a man drinks. Thirst. Second is for nourishment. Third, pleasure. Yep. Fourth is madness. And the fifth is to forget. When we drink, we get drunk. When we get drunk, we drink. I don't know, we fall asleep. Operation Space Whiskey. Oh, yeah. I'll talk about Space Whiskey during the 72-hour street. It'd be a good one. Operation Space Whiskey. See, when I wrote these, when I started the Nightbot account, I was still relatively anonymous. Like I didn't have a following. I didn't have subscribers. Nobody was watching the streams. I forgot about the Nightbot shit. That is a great one. Love thine enemy. Yes. When we drink, we get drunk. When we get drunk, we fall asleep. When we fall asleep, we commit no sin. When we commit no sin, we go to heaven. So let's all get drunk. That probably sounds better with an Irish accent. When we drink, we get drunk. When we get drunk, we fall asleep. When we sleep, we commit no sins. When we commit no sin, we go to heaven. So let's all get drunk and go to heaven. I can't get my lucky charms. A specific set of skills, my lad. If you do not bring my daughter back alive, I will find you and I will kill you. You understand me, my lad? Let me make myself perfectly clear. You will not get me Lucky Charms. Oh, Jesus. That tickled me more than it should have. That's also what I said about my uncle. That one, it was just one time, though. I have a specific set of skills, my lad. Let me understand. Let me help you understand what's about to happen to you. You're going to try to escape me, but I am going to find you, and I am going to cut off each one of your fingers, and several of those fingers I am going to feed to you. and then I'm going to kill you. I mean that. I'm going to kill you. That's just how it's going to be. So you have a choice there, boy. You can bring me back me daughter, or I can hunt you down like the fucking dog you are. Dighty, 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 dighty. Oh, aye, Jiminy Christmas. What? Oh. Mm. So this concludes the very racist part of the show. Does that count as racist when you affect a bad Irish accent? Does that count as racist? I don't mean to be. It wasn't intended to be. Don't cancel me. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. Can you cancel people over bad Irish accents? Is that allowed? Are the Irish fair game? Ever tell you the time I had a midget piss on me in a bathroom? Oh, that's a good story for another time. That's not for tonight. Are you allowed to call them midgets? Little people, dwarves. Anyway, it wasn't my fault. I mean, it was a complete accident. I mean, it was, obviously his fault. He's the one who pissed on me. But it wasn't my fault. It was an honest engagement in the circumstance. Like the circumstances arose and no fault of my own. It just happened that way. Anyway. Only bacon prevents a bad day. Oh, Lord. All right, where are we at? What are we doing? What are we talking about? We talked about the 72-hour live stream. Talked about the New Year's episode. And that'll probably be our next episode. I don't see myself doing... I don't have specific... Of course, I say this every fucking week. I don't have plans to do a Wednesday show. But I'll be on for like 7 hours on Wednesday, I'm sure. I have no plans specifically for a Wednesday show. I may come back... Oh, no, Sunday's Christmas Day, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not going to live stream Christmas night. I love you guys, but fuck you. I'm going to be spending time with my family Christmas night. And I think Christmas night should be... that should be an opportunity for some good stuff to happen. You know what I mean? What? Do you like bacon? Do you want to start? Oh, that's a great one. Do you like bacon? Do you want to strip? Do you want to strip? One of these days, I'll tell the story. One of these days. It's a great story. Great fucking story. It really is. Do you like bacon? Do you want to strip? That's a good one. That's a great one. It's like, yeah, those are nice shoes. You want to fuck? That's a good one. That's a good one. Do you like pizza? Me too. You want to fuck? No, I don't want to fuck. Oh, so you want to like pizza? You want some pizza instead? Well, then you trick them into going to have a pizza because that's how you get a girlfriend. You trick them. I mean, that's how you get a boyfriend. You trick them. No, you're not that tall. You're wearing high heels. You're not that skinny. You're wearing a girdle. Your ass don't look like that. You're wearing Spanx. Your tits don't look like that. You're wearing a push-up bra. That ain't your hair. That ain't your eyelashes. That ain't your eyebrows. That ain't your skin color. That ain't your complexion. That ain't your lips. Like, ain't no part of you that's legit and honest and fucking real. You all dolled up and covered up like some kind of fucking medieval knight You take off your goddamn armor and you look like a fucking mortal. And you want me to be honest? Fuck you. Like, oh, you fucking some other girl behind my back. Bitch, I'm fucking some other girl when I'm fucking you. You don't look like that. You don't look like who I thought I was fucking. Anyway, the more I drink, the more accent gets. We'll put up an Irish meter over here. Like every time I drink, it goes up another notch, goes up another notch, goes up another notch, goes up another notch. It keeps going around. And I'm full on Irish. Every hour it goes back one. Every drink it goes forward one. Oh, oh, that's hilarious. That's good. You people are fucking hilarious. I love you guys. Oh, criminy. 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 I said criminy out loud, unironically. I'm a old curmudgeon. Oh, Lord Almighty. All right, kids. Give me one more topic. One more fucking topic. One more topic to go off on. Where do you find honest to God hip extensions? Oh, damn. Tonight would have been a good StreamYard. I got the message from StreamYard that I've approached my maximum number of hours to use on the StreamYard app for the month of December. So I've got to figure out how to, like, damn, I hate to pay those fuckers. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll pay them in January. I don't know. What do you think of this? I'm not sure how healthy bacon is in general, but I know it's incredibly delicious. Ooh, Gwyneth Paltrow quotes. Oh, hello, Gwyneth Paltrow quotes. I love Gwyneth Paltrow quotes. Gwyneth Paltrow is one of my favorite people to find her head in a box. That's a great movie, by the way. Seven is a great movie. It's an absolute. I'm gonna do the rest of the show like this, where I don't even look at the camera. I just look over here at the wall. You good? I just look over here at the fucking wall. I should move forward a little bit. Move forward a little bit. Turn the camera a little bit. Can I do that? There. I'm just going to look this way for the rest of the show. That'll be my thing from now on. I'm not even going to look at the camera. I'm just going to look over here at the wall, and I'll talk about Gwyneth Paltrow and how she was never really a crush of mine. I was never really into Gwyneth Paltrow. But the reality is that in Iron Man, when she was the redhead, skinny Iron Man, one of the sexiest things I've ever seen a woman in film wear. And you've seen women in film, fucking Jennifer Lawrence in the blue body paint when she plays Mystique. You've seen wet t-shirts, wet lingerie, lacy things, just incredible. Hollywood knows how to dress up their girls. They do. Hollywood knows how to do this shit. They know how to push guys' buttons and get us to take double takes, take triple takes, to rewind, to pause. They know how to do it, right? Gwyneth Paltrow, white top, cut off blue jeans. There is no the blouse that she was wearing with the cut off blue jeans, she was this wholesome, all American girl next door, redhead, skinny, but redhead, white top, cut off jeans, no shoes, absolutely stunning, and not like in an overtly sexy type of way. They weren't flaunting anything. There wasn't anything showing. Uh, there was no like overt sexuality to it at all. It was just shirt, cut off shorts, jean shorts. And I'm telling you, that is that was prototypical, just sexy as fuck. And it's not even like overt. It's just like good, wholesome, just hotness. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'll be back next week. All right, enough of this shit looking in the wrong direction. I can't do that anymore. Show. um, you get one along with a tactical girls one. A tactical girls what? I think I've heard that one before. Tactical girls what? What are you talking about? You're like thinking, are you wrong? I'm trying to look back at what you're talking about. Oh, hip extensions? Is that what you're talking about? You get a hip extension every year? What? Yeah, I mean, she's a weirdo. I mean, no question about it. She's a weirdo. You know, the jade dildo, whatever, vagina blowouts, you know, whatever. Yeah, I don't want to date her. I don't even know if I want to have a conversation with her. I just want my wife to wear the cutoff shorts and the white top because that's sexy as fuck. I tell my wife like the lingerie you could wear that is the sexiest fucking lingerie you could possibly get. Go into my closet and get one of my white dress shirts and wear that. Nothing else. A, one of my white t-shirts. That is sexy. Like girls, y'all think we want lacy, silky, whatever. You know what looks really good on a girl? Coveralls. Like overalls and nothing underneath. That is sexy. Y'all don't y'all don't know what turns guys on. Y'all don't always know what we like. I mean, you know what we want. We want pizza and blowjobs. That's it. That's all we want, really. But man, there's things that the sexy stuff. I mean, yeah, don't I mean, you know, the model hot shit with the Victoria's Secrets and their bouncing titties and the diamond glittery bikini top. What? That's fun to look at. I mean, y'all like looking at it too. Don't lie. We know y'all like it. Y'all know we like it. There's no secrets between us. It's fine. Whatever. But if you had a choice, if a guy is picking like the life choice buttons, and the button one says model hot waif in the bedroom, and that chick you saw down at the 7-Eleven, and the model hot chick is in the $900 whatever Victoria's Secret fancy fucking lingerie that's gonna fall apart when it gets wet, and the hot chick at the 7-Eleven is wearing those overalls but nothing underneath. And if you tell me that guy picks anything other than the overalls chick, then I'm telling you that guy's full of fucking shit. He's an incel and he hasn't had sex since 2014. Fuck him. Well, no, don't fuck him because he's not getting any at all. Ugh. Guys are like real guys. What we really like is not even remotely what Hollywood thinks we like. We like it, yeah. I mean, you know, who doesn't like the Ferrari with the really pretty paint and like the leather interiors and all that? But you know, you telling me you'd rather be sitting in a Ferrari in traffic than a really comfortable Ford truck? Man, I'm telling you, those Ford trucks are really comfortable. Really comfortable. I mean, there's the like. I mean, you know, if I could tell you, you get like 3 years with a 12 versus 30 years with an 8. I mean, you would tell me you wouldn't take the 30 years, the fucking lifetime of happiness and stability and joy. I mean, Fuck you. You're a liar. You're a liar. Don't even give me shit. I don't believe you. Not even for a second. You'd rather die miserable than 30 fucking years of joy and happiness? Ah, fuck you. You're a liar. Straight up liar. Either you like bacon or you're wrong. That's accurate. uh, we've already looked at these. Show me where you get. Show me where you get what? What are you talking about? Doesn't matter. Okay. You've heard that one before, actually. Well, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I lost where we were. Oh, there it is. Why don't we talk about my dream? What dream? Sunflowers, I would date Brad Pitt if he asked me. He's sexy as hell. He's gorgeous. You know, I look just like Brad Pitt with the lights off. Look, I'll prove it. Look at that. I'm going to take my shirt off. Look, this is what Brad Pitt looks like without his shirt on, with the lights off. Okay, hang on. Let me put my shirt back on. Okay, there. See? I look just like Brad Pitt with the lights off. Just like Brad Pitt with the lights off. Spitting image. Me and him, he is gorgeous. Whew. Why don't we talk about you? Oh, your dream man. I thought you were like, we were talking about my dream, comma, man. Yeah, we talk about your dream man too. I'm down. I'm down with your dream man. Let's talk about your dream man. What is your dream man? Let me groom my beard real quick. Become a total like ASMR ADHD type of thing. Vaguely autistic. Tactical Girls Tickets calendar I get every year features pretty girls holding all kinds of firearms. Nice. Pretty girls and firearms. Is there anything that pretty girls can't make sexy? Really? Really? Firefighter calendar. Wouldn't mind getting a boudoir calendar with my lovely wife. She's sexy as goddamn. I'd fucking eat her with a spoon. Damn. There's a local radio jock called Sam Malone. He used to be an FM radio jock, and he's turned in he got fired from his radio job on 104 FM, and he switched over to AM 107 1070 AM. He's a commentator now on 1070 AM, and he is like he's yeah, God, he's bad. But I mean, he went from an FM radio jock to an AM talk host. But he always has a segment on his show where where his wife calls in, and he's just like just ugh, just disgustingly ugh, over the top, like ugh. He's like, I'm going to take when I get home to me. He like all the stuff you would say to your wife in private. He's saying on the radio, and she's all like, "Yeah, okay, 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 okay. I'll see you when you get home. Okay." And he's like, "When I get home, I'm gonna like split you in half like a popsicle stick, and I'm gonna slide myself into you and really lick all, touching and play and blah 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 blah." And she's all like, "Yeah, okay, okay, I'll have dinner ready. Okay, okay, when you get home, it'll be good. Okay, 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 okay." It's like, oh God, dude, fucking get a damn clue. Anyway, would be surprised if there wasn't one. Dream, man. I'm like, oh, the man of your dreams. Not, talk about my dream, man. Tall, dark, hairy, and handsome. Like that hairy? You like bearded men? I get that. Bearded men are sexy as fuck. We are. We're sexy as fuck. Let me explain to you how this is going to go. What we're going to do is evacuate the crew. Uh, you do have a celebrity crush. Well, we need to know your celebrity. If you're going to bring it up, you have to spill the beans, sunflowers. If you have a celebrity crush, we need to know who that celebrity crush is. No, dark haired, not hairy. Oh, I see what you mean. Tall, dark haired, not tall, dark, and hairy. Gotcha. I'm not too drunk to read. I just didn't read. I'm not wearing my glasses. I actually wear glasses. Sometimes I read incorrectly. Girl. Um what? 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 A special butt plug for people to put in tonight. What? What? Where did that come from, Bacon? Just, just pull out the random butt plug comments. What the fuck? What is what is going on my feed? Oh Lord, it is 1:32. I have 30 minutes left in the show. And Bacon pulls out the butt plug references. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sam Malone. Oh Lord. Is the weirdest. It is the weirdest segment of radio. I swear to God, it is the weirdest, grossest. Oh, now that the kids are all in college, what we can do. I can just come home. We can just be all like naked all the time. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's cool. I'll have pot roast ready for us for dinner, okay?
Oh, that'll be great. We can have naked pot roast.
Yeah, the pot roast will be dressed with juices and sauces. And
I'll dress you with your juices and sauces.
no, it's just a pot roast. You don't want my juices in the pot roast. That'll make the pot roast taste different and possibly give me an infection.
This is the weirdest, the absolute weirdest segment on radio that I've ever fucking heard. Dark haired Denzel Washington. Okay, hang on. I was gonna say Denzel Washington, but you specifically said dark haired. Denzel Washington has no. I guess his hair is getting kind of gray, isn't it? I guess he's not completely dark haired anymore. Oh, so you're. Oh, so we're supposed to be trying to guess who this crush is? Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, if you want us to know, tell us. If you don't want us to know, don't. Oh, God damn. All right. It is 1:34. It's time to start wrapping this up, actually. I should probably start going into the um, final zone spiral times 42 divided by 60. Are we there yet? 12.6. We're getting close to 14 hours. Okay, so a polite recap of everything that we got coming up. Next week, probably Wednesday, definitely Probably Wednesday, definitely Saturday. Possibly Thursday too. I wouldn't count on it. But we might do something different next week, just to Lisa should have some time on her hands. We'll do maybe do an unhinged and trivia night Thursday night, maybe do a Wednesday night show. Definitely doing a Saturday night show. Definitely doing the fireworks for New Year's Day, New Year's Eve rather. 1,300, possibly 1,400 fireworks going into the air. It's going to be lit, literally lit on fire. Shoo, 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 shoo. Explosions and excitement. Then we've got regular schedule through January. I'll probably skip a few nights in January because, it's January. But then the end of January is 72-hour live stream extravaganza. That last full week of January from the 23rd to the 27th. 1, 2, 3 nights in a row, 18 hours in a row, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday, going 9 hours on both of those days to give us the full 72-hour stream. We'll have live guests, we'll have remote guests, we'll have on-site podcast recordings. Alyssa Kapinski, Slade Ham, Rob Mungle, possibly Jeff Peterson, possibly the Goddamn Bacon, possibly Sunflowers, possibly a whole bunch of people coming to join us. We're going to do a live distilling. We're going to do a live unbarreling. We're going to do a live barreling. We're going to do possibly a live barreling. I'm not sure if we're going to have the barrels in-house by then. Bottling, filtering, labeling, the whole 9 yards, getting everything ready for our grand debut at the end of the week. We'll be open for business on Saturday with hopefully a mini music festival, getting a couple of performers into the shop on Saturday to really kick off this brand new re-release of our delicious brand of whiskey. Um, and then, going forward from there, we're going full steam ahead to get on Project 360 to get our 4,000 hours of watch time in by the middle of June. That's kind of the goal. That's the goal I kind of have on paper. Kind of have it. I should probably write it down and put it up here. 4,000 watch hours by June, somewhere around here. Maybe put it down here on a scroll. And we'll have our regular shows. Wednesday night, a happy hour. Thursday night, trivia. Friday night, music once a month. Move to once a month plan for the music on Friday nights. And then switch over to, I don't know, something else going on. We'll add some other stuff. I've got several videos in the pipeline, including the small barrels, space whiskey. Oh yeah, we got the space whiskey series. That's coming. That is coming. That is absolutely 100% coming. We have a release of our special 72-hour blackout bourbon that should be coming out on the anniversary, the 2-year anniversary of our 72-hour blackout from February 2021. Limited edition label available exclusively at the distillery. You'll want some. And then we have another exclusive label coming out in coordination with head of HOC Media, head of HOC. What is HOC? Head of Creativity? HOC Media with Gangster. Well, you'll see it. The Gangster Mattress Mac labels we have coming out in coordination with opening day of 2023. We have all kinds of fucking amazing stuff coming out. 2023 is going to be a big year. It's going to be a big year. And the challenges of 2020, the challenges of 2022 will be behind us, and we will be good to go for 2023. It's going to be a big year. I'm super excited about the year. Hopeful, excited. Got a lot of plans. God damn, it's going to be a good. It's going to be a good fucking. We have 20 minutes left in the show. Give me one question, and I will answer it. His brother is your other crush? Who's the one that married J-Lo? Matt Damon, not Matt Damon. Matt Damon's brother or friend, buddy. Matt Damon and the other one, Johnny. No, the one who's Batman. Fuck. Who is Matt Damon? Not Matt Damon. And Ben Affleck. There you go. Ben Affleck. Matt Damon's boyfriend. I mean, there's only one person that was in Chasing Amy and married J-Lo. Ben Affleck. I'd fuck him. I'd let him fuck me too. That's fair. That's a good choice. Good Will Hunting. Ben Affleck was in Good Will Hunting? I thought Matt Damon was the one. Was Ben Affleck in Good Will? I get those two mixed up. Matt Damon. Which one was in Mars? What was the one? What was the movie on Mars? Mars. The Martian. Was that Matt Affleck? Matt Affleck. Was that Matt Damon or Ben Affleck on the Martian? That was a great movie, by the way. The Martian was a great fucking movie. Way better movie than Interstellar. The Martian was way better than Interstellar. It was compelling. It was exciting. It was interesting. It was there wasn't a bad guy. There was it was man versus the element. It was Survivor or not Survivor. It was Castaway on Mars. It was fascinating and it engaged you the entire time because it was like this was a solvable problem every step of the way, but the major problem, the big problem was impossible until you broke it into tasks, and each task was a solvable problem, and you go from one task to the next task to the next task to the next task, and every task was a solvable problem, but you couldn't lose sight of the larger project, and that is so much like real life, where you see, each task is a solvable problem, but you got to make sure that you solve each problem within the context of the larger problem of making it from point A to point Z, but every step in between, you've got to be able to solve A to B to C to D to E to F and make it there before time runs out in order to get to Z. It was a great fucking movie. And if you don't agree with me, you're wrong. There's no middle ground. There's no like it was good. It wasn't good. It was great. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It was great. It was a great movie. A fantastic movie. And that's an empirical fact. That is an empirical fact like the red shift, like 2 + 2 = 4, like water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen atoms. That is an empirical, absolute 100% fact. That fish swim in water. The Martian was a great movie. Those are two things that are absolute truths. Fish do not swim in things other than water. The Martian is not something other than great. There you go. Those two things are true. 100%. All the time. All the time. I didn't know Ben Affleck had a brother. Casey Affleck? Michael Affleck? Tom? Jim? Francis? Eddie? Mike? Casey Affleck. Gotcha. And Martian was Matt Damon. Okay, gotcha. It's still a great movie. Matt Damon. Hey, Matt Damon. The Team America. World Police. The Matt Damon marionette. Hey, Matt Damon. That was his only line. Hey, Matt Damon. My favorite type of cuisine that I haven't tried to make myself. My favorite type of cuisine, Thai food. I've never tried to make Thai food, and I like Thai food. I've made English food, I've made French food, I've made American food, I've made Chinese food, I've made Mexican food, I've made Canadian food, I've made uh, I guess I've had Brazilian food, but I've never made Brazilian food, so I guess maybe Brazilian, but no. Thai food is probably the one that I've never made, but I really like to eat. So I'd go with Thai. Yeah, I'd go with Thai. And if I was a real smartass, I would think of another one and say that together they're Thai. Because yeah. Anyway, but no, I'll just stick with the Thai. Some movie Red Planet. Thought the movie was pretty good. I don't think I've seen Red Planet. I don't think I've seen Red Planet. I wish I was J Lo. Jesus Christ, she's like 73 years old and she's fucking amazing still. She's fucking dancing like a 20-year-old. She's an amazing athlete. She's an amazing performer. She's amazingly talented. Who wouldn't want to be J Lo? Good Lord. Yeah. Obvious things that anybody would say for 100, Alex. Good Lord. Um, so The Martian was a movie based on a book that was written by a guy in his spare time while he was working, I don't know, NASA or some shit like that. And he wrote like a chapter at a time. I think he posted it into a blog, and then he converted the blog into the book. So like the whole thing was well thought out and well considered. Guy gets trapped on the planet Mars. The launch vehicle gets in a precarious position. Everybody leaves. He gets separated from his crew. He gets left behind. Da 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 da. Hilarity ensues. Um, he has to survive on Mars until the next crew comes, and then he can leave with the next crew. But the way this guy wrote it is it was kind of it started out as a thought experiment, like what would happen if, how would we solve these problems? And it was written before they discovered water on Mars, and it was written before all the other stuff. So he has to figure out how to make food, how to get water, how to get to the escape ship, and survive in an uninsulated vehicle. So he needs to make heat, and he needs to do this, and he needs to do that. And like there's like a whole series of problems he has to. It's a great movie. It's a great book. Read the book. Fucking read the book. It's probably like $3 on Amazon on a Kindle. The electronic version is probably $3. Uh, I might even own the book, the actual book. I know for sure I have it on my Kindle. I might own a hardback. But it's a great book and it's a great movie. And of course, they're on Earth trying to figure out how to rescue him. He's on Mars trying to figure out how to get back, how to survive until the next crew shows up. And they're on Earth trying to figure out how to get him back to Earth. It's fascinating, and it definitely reads and watches like the start of a thought experiment that just kind of expands into a whole book and a whole movie. And they get Matt Damon and everything. It's a great movie. Absolutely great movie. Absolutely great book. One of the best sci-fi movies I've ever seen. And I've watched a lot of sci-fi movies. One of the best I've ever seen. Definitely top 10. Definitely top 10. Without question. Mr. Jiggs is back in the house. What's up, my man? Cheers and happy Christmas and Merry New Year to you, my good friend, my good internet domestique. Is that proper? Yeah, I think that's proper. Domestique. Um, should have been born at the movie theaters. Maybe, maybe not. Movie theaters are kind of filthy. Marvin is the best. Marvin the Martian. All right. I like Marvin the Paranoid Android. That's my favorite Marvin. My favorite Marvin is Marvin the Paranoid Android. Bonus points if you can get that movie reference. My favorite thing about humanity. Pardon me. My favorite thing about humanity, I think, is our resiliency. We are an amazingly scrappy species. We find ways to not just persist, but to thrive and survive, even in the most adverse of conditions. If you grow up with a toxic narcissist in the household, or an abusive parent, or a uh, just destructive environment, you still find a way to wall that off, close off the trauma, you callous it over, you scar it over, you seal it off, and you go on and you live the next fucking 50 years of your life. Of all the things that I observe in humanity, of all the terrible goddamn things we're capable of doing to each other, the terrible things that we're capable of doing to the inanimate objects around us, the animate objects around us, the conscious objects around us, the non-sentient objects around us, and the sentient objects around us. We are cruel and abusive. We treat living creatures like fucking industrial inputs. We do astonishingly horrible things to the things around us and the people around us. And the people around us do astonishingly horrible things to us on the daily. They're inconsiderate. They don't think of our needs. We don't think of their needs. They don't think of us. We don't think of them. We live in a collective society and ignore the collective goodwill. And yet, amid all of that, and among all of those detractions and the way we forget the important stuff, we still find a way to thrive within the environment we're given to live. And it may be a circumstance where you're one of those jumping fleas that you have a low ceiling and you only learn to jump this high, even though you can jump this high. If you learn this and you just jump that high, but you're fucking good at jumping that high. You do it, and you're the best you can be at. You try to be the best you can be at what you're able to be the best at. And if you get into a circumstance where somebody lifts the lid and moves it up higher, you learn to jump higher. You're not as stupid as one of those fucking fleas. You're better than that. You thrive. You learn to thrive. You'd hit the fucking sky if you could. Humanity has this way of finding new heights to achieve. new goals to seek out, new way. I can't tell you how many when I was a runner, once was a runner. It was a good time. But these people that could run 9-minute miles for 10 miles at a stretch, but they were miserable fucking human beings. They were literally running away from their own demons. That's why they could run 9-minute miles for 10 miles at a stretch, because they had demons chasing them all the time. Some kind of traumatic, whatever experience they were trying to get away from. But they found an environment where they could thrive. In this case, it was the running track around Memorial Park. You pour that energy that gets restricted elsewhere into something, and you find something to excel at, even if that something you excel at is playing Fortnite or painting figurines or some wildly destructive behavior. You're just really good at being Dexter and dumping bodies off the intercontinental coast off Florida. I don't know. But humanity has this way of finding the crack and oozing its way through that crack and thriving in whatever environment it is that we are forced into being in. And society fails on a number of bases and a number of metrics and a number of ways that we fail, and that we force people into these narrow cracks where they can only thrive in constricted environments. But if given the opportunity, I think that we could do better as a society. Because God knows that as individuals, even in the most adverse conditions, we can do pretty fucking good. Because that's what we do as people, as a species, as humanity. And I love that about humans. There's a whole lot to hate about humans because humans suck in general. But there's a whole lot to love about humans. We are the we're the cockroaches of the primate species. And yeah, I kind of think that everybody has a purpose on Earth, but sometimes the purpose of someone is just to be a piece of shit. And that's just. I don't think everybody has a high purpose where everybody can be a king or everybody can be whatever. Like, your purpose on Earth is to pollinate, help the pollinators survive and thrive. You're here to save the whatever. Some people's purpose on Earth is just simply to die and become fertilizer, which is a pretty high goal to achieve. You die and become fertilizer. You feed you create an ecosystem. That's pretty awesome. Nothing wrong with that. The first fast food place will send to Mars once definitely McDonald's. Definitely McDonald's. McDonald's will be the first fast food place opened on Mars. McDonald's, Taco Bell, McDonald's, Taco Bell, and probably a Wendy's. Speaking of Wendy's, hold on. Speaking of Wendy's, gotta see the eyes. Have you heard about the T-Rex burger from Wendy's? 9 patties. I'm going to see if they sell it at the Wendy's around the corner. It's like $25 for a hamburger. Yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm into that. If we can live on Mars, what should humans send up in space? If we can live on Mars, what should humans send up in space from Earth? People, I think. But yes, Marvin the Paranoid Android, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That is right. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Adams. It's a con of SpaceX would be interesting to try. I guarantee you they've done that experiment in space. I guarantee you they've done that on the space station. I guarantee you they've done weightless sex. Guarantee it. But it's top secret. We don't know about it yet. Guarantee. It's hard to do. It's got to be hard. It's got to be a challenge because of vectors and all the shit. It's got to be a challenge. Yeah. So, where are we at? It's 2:00. It's time to wrap up the show. We did it. We made it to 2:00. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Jiggs, have a great night. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. Cheers and good night. Miss Sunflowers, cheers and good night to you as well. Hey, have a great Christmas. I'm not going to be on tomorrow night. I've got stuff to do. So y'all enjoy your Christmas. Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Ho, ho, ho! Back in 2001, Pizza Hut became the first company to make a delivery into space. Fast food chain struck a deal with the Russian Space Agency. Fascinating. To have pizza delivered to the International Space Station. Fascinating. I did not know that. A 9-patty burger from Wendy's. Yes! Caller, and not all of them serve it. Not all of them do it. I'm going to call and find out, and it will be a video. Yes. Yes, it will be a video. So there you go. Tune in next week, Wednesday. Wednesday, I'll be back Wednesday. Thursday, trivia. Saturday, New Year's extravaganza. 1,300 rockets going into space, or somewhere between Earth and space. Explosions all around. We'll be ringing in the new year. We'll be burning an old calendar and starting a new calendar. Everything is fucking exciting and fucking fresh and fucking brand new. So join us next week. In the meantime, be awesome to yourselves and be awesome to each other, because life is too short for bad whiskey and too long to do nothing about it. And for all of those who can't be with us, cheers. We'll save a seat for you at the table. And wherever you're at, save a seat for us at the bar. Cheers. Good night. Hold on. Let me answer the question, Sunflowers. We're not done yet. How many hours do I need? Hang on. Let's find out. 19. I show my analytics say 19 minutes average times 48 views divided by 60 minutes. That's 15.2 hours. My analytics tell me we're over the 14-hour mark. I'll know for sure when I close it down, but it's 2:00. It's time to go. I got shit to do tomorrow. So this should push me over the 1900 minutes or 1900 hours mark, and then I only need 200 hours to go after that to hit the mark that I have set for my goal for the December, 2100 hours for the end of December. I don't think I will hit 2100 hours for December, but that just gives me something to shoot for in January. Figure out how to do this shit for January. Keep getting better. I have one of the books over here on my shelf. Is The Goal. Right up here next to all the Harry Potters. That box right there. Oh, you can't see it. Let's move this back this way. There it is. This book right here is called The Goal. It is a business management fictional textbook type of thing. And the goal is not the solution. The goal is reiteration of a process to get closer to the optimal circumstance. Does that make sense? Should. Makes perfect sense to me. Because the goal itself isn't perfection. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes better. You do it, you reiterate, you reiterate, you reiterate, and you continue to get better. Practice makes improvement. Practice makes improvement. Never makes perfect. You never achieve perfect. You strive for perfect, but practice makes better. And that, my friends, is what I'll leave you with. I will see you all next week. Cheers and good night. Clink.